The year is 2022, a terrible year for U.S. immigration. The worst year yet worse is yet to come. The U.S. border is at a breaking point. 2.3 million desperate people trying to get through. 600,000 successfully evading the authorities and sneaking in. The so-called gotaways. Bloated bodies have been piling up in the river. No one has seen anything like this, not ever. But yes, it will get worse. This is the year a Peruvian man sets off on a vast journey that'll take him through the deserts of blistering hot sun, Rocky Mountain passes, and deceivingly unpredictable rivers. Like many before him, he won't reach his final destination, a place of safety in the USA. For many foreigners, the search for the American dream has become an American nightmare. Today, we'll try to understand why millions of people a year, in fact, are prepared to take what you'll see as a very, very high risk. A risk that's becoming an increasingly worrying predicament for the U.S. government and sections of the U.S. population. Never in the country's history have people seen anything like what's happening at present with the southern border immigration. When U.S. Border Patrol agents came across the Peruvian, he was a lifeless body floating in the Rio Grande, a 1,896-mile river that stretches through the southwestern United States and northern Mexico. Disturbingly, on that particular day, agents fished out almost a dozen other bodies they believed to have perished in the attempt to get to the United States. For some, their journey featured a weeks-long hike through jungles and mountains, sometimes passing through informal tollways manned by ruthless bandits. Still, for many of them, the last hurdle at the U.S. border proved to be the most difficult. 2022 was a bad year for immigrant deaths. The year the world's media talked about the most dangerous immigrant crossing in the entire world. The Peruvian was one of 853 migrants who died trying to cross the U.S.-Mexico border within 12 months, making it the deadliest year on record. U.S. Border Patrol reported that in 2021, there were 546 immigrant deaths. The number of deaths has often hovered around 300 to 400 per year, with a spike in 2005 at 492. From 2015 to 2020, it remained in the 200 to 300 bracket. Then, 2021 and 2022 broke records regarding fatalities and other measures we'll discuss today. Since 1998, over 8,000 undocumented migrants have died trying to cross the border. But as things look now, Border Patrol is going to be busier than ever in the near future scooping up the dead. The reasons people die are diverse, sometimes not out of the ordinary, such as drowning, falling, or dying from thirst and exhaustion under what can be a very unforgiving sun in that part of the world. Imagine climbing cliffs or walking for hours through Breaking Bad-type desert in temperatures that reach 118 degrees Fahrenheit. As we'll show you later in the show, some of the deaths are far from what you'd call natural. Many of the players in the game of illegal immigration put no value on human life outside of what they're paid for transporting it. 65 Border Patrol stations are spaced from the west to the east of the U.S., from San Clemente in California's Orange County all the way to Brownsville in Texas. The U.S. shares about 1,954 miles of border with Mexico, which you can imagine takes a lot of protecting. With close to 60,000 full-time employees, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, is said to be one of the largest law enforcement organizations in the entire world. Right now, it's one of the most overstretched. While researching the show, we saw videos of agents shaking their heads at what's happening before their eyes. "We've been overrun," said one sheriff when Elon Musk was down at the border talking to him. A sheriff told the popular vlogger Peter Santinello in a video watched 6.7 million times that right now the situation is impossible for U.S. law enforcement, what he called a monstrosity at the border. Today we'll outline what he means by that, but first, let's talk about expenses. CBP's budget for 2022 was $14.643 billion, with another $1.018 billion added that the White House said was to address increased encounters at the southwest border. $6.159 billion was allocated for operations, hiring, and southwest border surge requirements, a 26% increase from the year before. $16.464 billion had been provided in funding for the CBP in 2023, as well as another $1.563 billion for various issues on the southwest border. The proposed budget for 2024 is $19.934 billion, and another $2.104 billion will be spent on additional border fencing. The 2024 budget proposal is $25 billion for both the CBP and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. That's $800 million more than in 2023. These numbers show the urgency of the issue. On the very day we started making the show, the state of Texas approved $1.5 billion for building more barriers on the border with Mexico, with the state saying the federal budget wasn't enough to deal with what it said are millions of people crossing over illegally. Millions is a significant stretch, but there is record-breaking activity at the southern border. There was a record 2.4 million apprehensions, aka encounters of immigrants in the 2023 fiscal year ending in September. It's important to note that these aren't successful border crossings, though. Counting all borders, including Canada, Homeland Security has said the number is 3.2 million for 2023. The number for the South was 2.3 million in the 2022 fiscal year, well over the 1.7 million apprehensions for 2021. You'll see later just how insanely big these numbers are compared to the past. In 2023, 1.23 million people were handed notices to appear, or NTAs, before an immigration court. NTAs are when a person claims asylum. These people get the chance to be heard in a court of law, and the judge will decide what happens to them. There are some people claiming asylum and people trying to avoid contact with U.S. law enforcement. Some of the latter succeeded but are still on the radar. These people, in the language of the law enforcement, are known as the gotaways. You can't count the unknown gotaways because no one ever saw them. Some of these people might be hardworking individuals with commendable ethics, but they might also be hardened criminals. CBP said in 2023 it encountered 169 people on the FBI terror watch list, so it's possible that some bad people are getting through. We'll also discuss this matter later in the show. In October, the Department of Homeland Security said there had been something like 1,000 gotaways every day in the new fiscal year starting October 2023. This was nothing special. It was confirmed that in 2022, for the entire fiscal year, there were 599,000 gotaways. That was almost a record, but not quite. The year 2000 was a bad year too, when 614,000 people got away. We don't have a number for total gotaways in 2023, as the number hadn't been released before we prepared to make the video. But in May, the CBP reported that since the end of the fiscal year 2022, September 30th, there had been 530,000 gotaways. When the number is released for 2023, there's little doubt it'll have smashed 599,000. Preliminary Border Patrol data said there were 769,174 gotaways for 2023. However, the former CBP chief Mark Morgan has said it could be over 1 million. That's more than the population of Austin, Texas in just 1 year. People are not the only things picked up by the CBP. In the fiscal year of 2022, the agency seized 25,901 pounds of fentanyl that was being sent across the southwest border, an amount that Homeland Security said was enough to kill around 6 billion people. CBP also arrested 32,097 aliens with criminal convictions. 598 were known gang members. 178 belonged to MS-13. If we look at what the CBP says is happening on any given day at the U.S. borders, 868,867 passengers and pedestrians legally passed through the borders per day in 2022, 547,318 of whom entered by land. Each day on average, CBP seized a whopping 2,895 pounds of recreational drugs. $217,700 of illicit currency was seized daily, as was $8 million worth of products with intellectual property rights violations. We told you, these guys are busy. When the CBP has an encounter with an illegal alien on the border, it classifies what kind of person it is. One classification is accompanied minors, AMs. In 2021, there were 687 encounters with accompanied minors, and in 2023, there were 2,535. Another classification is individuals in a family unit, FMUAs. In 2020, there were 70,994 FMUAs, but in 2023, there were 821,537 FMUAs. Then you have a very sad category of unaccompanied minors, UCs. In 2020, CBP encountered 33,239 UCs, and in 2023 the number was a startling 137,275 UCs. The last category is the big one, the single adults, SAs. There were 353,168 encounters with SAs in 2020. In 2023, that number was 1,514,322. So what changed? Secretary of State Antony J. Blinken this year accepted that the numbers are real. No one denies that the U.S. has a border problem spinning out of control. Blinken called the numbers totally aberrational, like nothing the U.S. has seen before. He said that in the past you might get a migrant crisis related to one country, such as Guatemala or maybe Honduras. But now, he says, people are heading to the U.S. in large numbers from many different nations. The migrant crisis today is multi-country rather than mostly single-country. In 2021, the Department of Homeland Security said the top 6 countries of origin for undocumented migrants were Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, India, Honduras, and China. During and after the pandemic, when the world's economies were shaken up, more people have been on the move. Over the last year, there's been a spat of Venezuelans illegally crossing into the U.S., which is not a surprise given that close to 8 million Venezuelans have left their country since its major economic recession began in 2014. With pervasive poverty, corruption, mega crime rates, and what's been called a health humanitarian crisis, it's easy to see why so many are opting for the long journey to the U.S. The Migration Policy Institute explained in 2023, some of it is political persecution, but most of it is just basic nutrition and healthcare and public services that have collapsed. In September 2023, Venezuelans were apprehended by CBP 54,833 times, compared to 22,090 arrests in August. That put Venezuelans above Mexicans. It's not something that's been seen before. You might be surprised that the CBP recorded 1,779 encounters with Russian nationals during the same month, down from 2,099 Russians in August. As for Chinese nationals, for September there were 399 encounters. We'll return to the U.S.'s present immigration woes in more detail, but now let's look at what life is like for an immigrant once they're on U.S. soil. If we look at statistics for immigrants already in the U.S., either legally with documentation or illegally living life on the high wire, Mexicans lead the way, with the Migration Policy Institute in 2022 saying there are now 10.6 million Mexicans living in the U.S. Next up are Indians, with 2.71 million Indian immigrants living in the U.S. Then comes the Chinese people at 2.38 million, Filipinos at 1.98 million, Salvadorians at 1.42 million, Vietnamese at 1.34 million, Cubans at 1.28 million, Dominicans at 1.26 million, Guatemalans at 1.11 million, and Koreans at 1.01 million. The latest data says about 11 million undocumented immigrants live in the U.S., meaning about 76% of immigrants are here legally. The country with the largest percentage of illegals in the U.S. by a long way is Mexico, with the latest numbers telling us around 50% or 5.3 million Mexican immigrants are not documented. The next highest was Salvadorians, but only 7%, 741,000, were considered undocumented. There are slightly fewer Guatemalans, 724,000 or 7% living in the U.S. illegally. The number of illegal Indians adds up to just over 55,000 or 5%, and illegal Hondurans add up to 490,000 or 4%. We should explain here that while a good chunk of illegal immigrants in the U.S. got in by crossing rivers and scaling walls, around 45% of unauthorized migrants entered the U.S. legally. They had a visa to be there, but they didn't want to go home when it was no longer valid, so they just stayed illegally. If they get caught, which they often do, they can be hit with deportation, and depending on how long they overstayed, can be banned for as little as 3 years or as much as 10 years. Some of these people are arrested by ICE and deported. In 2022, there were 78,433 such deportations. In 2021, it was 59,000, the lowest since 1996. But in 2020, there were 185,000. In 2017, there were 287,093 deportations, but that increased to 328,716 and 359,885 for 2018 and 2019, respectively. 2012 to 2014 were big deportation years, easily going over 400,000 for each of those years. Former President Obama, with 2.8 million deportations during his presidency, was sometimes called the deporter-in-chief. But President Bush, with 2 million before him, was also big on deportation. These two were easily the leaders in this category, although we should say that there was a change regarding what constitutes a deportation under Obama that might have affected the statistics. As for getting a job when you don't have papers, while the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986 makes it illegal for employers to hire undocumented workers or keep them employed knowingly, they still do it. These workers still have labor rights, but they also are sometimes exploited. The Texas Tribune recently wrote that an underground labor market pays low wages and occasionally embraces exploitation. The newspaper interviewed immigrants getting $90 for a grueling 14-hour workday, less than minimum wage. Some immigrants take advantage of what the Tribune called loopholes, backdoors, and private arrangements that allow them to work. Some have fake documents. Some just work as contractors, so they're invisible to the state. In 2005, the biggest employer in the U.S., Walmart, was fined $11 million for hiring hundreds of immigrants to work as cleaning contractors. Meat processing and packing companies, jobs that might entail removing guts from animals or working like a robot on a conveyor line, have been known to hire a lot of illegals. Countless studies show that immigrants are more likely to work in riskier jobs in the U.S. A paper on this topic published by the National Institutes of Health said 21 of 29 fatal construction accidents in New York City during a recent 12-month period involved workers who were immigrants or had limited English proficiency. It cited other research that said Hispanic workers are more vulnerable to injury or death at work than natives. This is hardly surprising, given many immigrants who have illegally stayed in the U.S. or have entered illegally through a border are likely to come from poverty in their home country. About 32% of adults in the U.S. who were born outside the U.S. don't even have a high school diploma, compared to 11% of natural-born Americans. According to studies, 35% of immigrants speak no English or just a bit of English. A big problem in the view of dangerous jobs is the lack of any health insurance. Undocumented immigrants in most states cannot, by law, enroll in federally funded coverage such as Medicaid, CHIP, or Medicare. Only 5 states offer insurance regardless of immigration status. Those are California, Illinois, Oregon, Colorado, and New York. But in some of those states, it was only for certain people, such as low-income individuals ages 65 and older. Health policy research says 50% of undocumented immigrants have no insurance whatsoever, compared to 18% of documented immigrants. Only 6% of naturalized citizens are without insurance, and 5% of native-born Americans don't have it. This can make being undocumented a tightrope existence, since many people won't visit a doctor or a hospital as they're afraid they'll be discovered and deported. This is particularly tough if you have a family or support a family back home, so people have been known to take big risks with their health. Things have certainly changed over the years. If you go back to 1960, about 75% of all immigrants in the U.S. were Europeans. They presently comprise just a small percentage of immigrants, maybe around 10%. Throughout the 1960s, around 19% of immigrants were from the Americas and 5% from Asia. Now it's closer to 52% from the Americas and 31% from Asia. In the year 1965, 9.6 million immigrants lived in the U.S., making up around 5% of the population. These days, there are around 45 million immigrants in the U.S., making up 14% of the entire population. It's also interesting that immigrants tend to have more children, according to Pew Research. This may have benefits since the U.S. is facing an aging crisis. There are around 54 million people now over the age of 65, but it's estimated to be 74 million by 2030. Experts on the matter have said that immigrants may well help reverse the aging crisis. The IMF wrote in 2020, "Immigration can solve the demographic dilemma, but not without the right policies." This is an expansive and controversial topic we'll save for another show. The U.S. is certainly a favorite spot for immigrants. Germany, the immigrant hotspot in Europe, has about 15.8 million immigrants. Saudi Arabia has 13.5 million immigrants, Russia 11.6 million, and the UK 9.4 million. We should add that different sources give us different numbers regarding the number of U.S. immigrants. The numbers 48 million and 50 million have also been posited. It could now be much higher given all the known and unknown gotaways. Whatever the case, it's a big number, but Australia, at 6.7 million immigrants, has a population that's made up of 28% immigrants, and Saudi Arabia's population comprises 34% immigrants. The United Arab Emirates is made up of 87% immigrants. With the latter, we see a country formerly described as a barren desert that has developed extremely fast. The truth is, there are always great big chunks of populations from poorer countries looking for a better life elsewhere. When Gallup conducted a huge poll in 2017, it was discovered that 750 million people worldwide, 15% of the world's population, wanted to live in another country, and the U.S., according to that poll, was the most desired location. 1 in 5 respondents ticked the box for the U.S. when asked where they wanted to go. It's quite amusing that 1 in 6 Americans, or 16%, said they wanted to get out of the U.S. Gallup said this was the highest measure to date for Americans wanting to leave the country where millions of people are dying, sometimes literally, to get in. Still, discontented Americans might be looking for adventure rather than a place where they can feed themselves or avoid persecution. After the US, the next top spots where people said they wanted to go were Canada, 6% of the 750 million, Germany, 6%, France at 5%, Australia, 5%, and the UK, 4%. Gallup added that most of those who wanted to move had no plans to move. We might now ask, why is the US so popular with outsiders, yet not so popular with many insiders? What's so good about the good old US of A? After all, head to YouTube and all manners of videos would make you think the US has turned into a dystopian nightmare with a population about as polarized as Christians and Muslims during the Bloody Crusades. Countless videos show neighborhoods in US cities, often places of deindustrialization, that look like the aftermath of a zombie apocalypse. So much news about the US is negative these days, especially if you're watching the latest mass shooting or obesity/drug/mental health crisis from abroad. Even so, the US is still a land of relative opportunity, where for some people it'll feel like milk and honey run like rivers next to streets paved with the greenbacks. Okay, maybe we employed a little poetic license there, but studies do show that many people head to the US for what they rightly think will be a better life, with more work opportunities and in general a much higher standard of living. They believe that anyone can make it in America, a country built by immigrants who believe everyone had a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Unlike some countries where people can have little chance of social mobility, many immigrants believe that with hard work, they can be successful in the US, and their success will ripple out through generations to come. This is evident when you look at how, say, Jewish or Chinese people arrived in the US dirt poor, and within a generation or two, their offspring were doctors. The American dream is still alive, but more so in the minds of people living outside the US borders. Many immigrants might live in poverty, but remember, poverty is relative. It can be more brutal or deadly in other nations. If any of you have known immigrants, legal or illegal, you'll know they often send money back home. The wages in the US compared to developing nations are very high. The dollar is also a strong currency. News reports just said in Mexico, the minimum wage has increased to $11.54 a day. US minimum wage is $7.25 per hour, and the average wage for asking, "Do you want fries with that?" across the US is $12.83 an hour, according to the job website Indeed. In Nicaragua, the minimum wage was $213 a month. In El Salvador, it's $243 a month. Activists say this doesn't cover basic needs. Anyone who knows Southeast Asia knows that laborers or even semi-skilled construction workers in this part of the world might earn $200 to $300 a month, while in the US you can do okay if you're prepared to do hard labor. It's not to say the US doesn't have issues or people don't struggle, but the US, for many immigrants, offers plenty of real opportunities if you're prepared to knuckle down. The book Streets of Gold, America's Untold Story of Immigrant Success, shows with numbers how the children of immigrants are very good at climbing the economic ladder. In 2017, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine wrote that the second generation are among the strongest fiscal and economic contributors in the U.S. This allows them to take care of their family back home. According to the United Nations, 1 in 9 families in the entire world is supported financially by a family member working as an immigrant in a foreign country. The UN says on average they send 15% of their wage to their family. Half of that money goes to families in rural areas, which are the poorest areas. Getting the green light to work in the US for some people can change the fortune of generations to come. The UN says immigrants sending cash to their poor families has a profound effect on lessening poverty and is 3 times more effective than international aid. In its own words, the UN said, in 2018, over 200 million migrant workers sent $689 billion back home to remittance-reliant countries, of which $529 billion went on to developing countries. Other more recent statistics say over 270 million migrants living and working abroad regularly send cash transfers to their home countries. 3 countries that receive a lot of these funds are Mexico, Vietnam, and the Philippines. The funds come from countries such as the US, the United Arab Emirates, and Germany. With that in mind, getting into the US might not just save one person, it might save a family from the brink of poverty extinction. For the family receiving funds, it could be the difference between university or joining a cartel, or working in a brothel. Some people fear increased levels of immigration due to the extra competition for jobs and resources. This happens in poor countries too, where poorer immigrants cross over their border. We are, after all, in a fight to survive from the day we were born. And speaking in basic terms, we want our patch of land and its resources for ourselves. Scientists talk about metathesiophobia, the fear of change. People naturally fear a loss of identity with increased immigration, maybe related to their religion, their language, their culture, their overall power, and the privileges they believe are associated with their identity. When immigrants are a few generations in, they might also fear newcomers. This is an issue as old as time. In some parts of England, Brexit had the support of families who were fresh off the plane immigrants not that long ago because they feared more competition over jobs and resources. One English-Pakistani family told The Guardian, "We have worked so hard to earn the right to live here and contribute to these communities. What we don't want is more people coming in who won't bring anything positive and will just take." Immigration can breed hostility, which throughout history has led to extreme violence. Sometimes it results in people saying that immigrants cause crime spikes. This is very controversial, so let's look into it in the US and elsewhere. Plenty of studies have been conducted on this divisive topic. They give mixed results, which is hardly surprising because immigration takes on many forms in many different countries. One meta-analysis of scores of conflicting studies on crime and immigration from 1994 to 2014 said, findings indicate that overall, the Immigration Crime Association is negative, but very weak. At the same time, there is significant variation in findings across studies. In the US, some studies have said increased immigration leads to reductions in crimes. In 2018, the illegal immigrant criminal conviction rate in Texas was 782 per 100,000 and 535 per 100,000 for legal immigrants. The criminal conviction rate for native-born Americans in Texas that year was 1,422 per 100,000. Texas, it seems, is the only state that recorded the immigration statuses of those arrested, so it's hard to know what happens all over the US. It is known that immigrants often fear the law due to the chance of deportation, which could be a reason for the low crime rates. Keep your head down is what many immigrants say about life in the new country. Some obviously don't. Many immigrants only want to work hard and reap the rewards. But there are bad apples. It's thought the gang MS-13 has 8,000 to 10,000 members in the US and about 50,000 globally, and many of these hardcore street gangsters are immigrants. As you've seen, some head to the US today. Just recently, the Swedish Prime Minister said Sweden had made a mistake with its immigration policy after the country experienced never-before-seen gangland shootings, with the gangs being mostly immigrants. In September 2023 alone, 11 people were murdered in gangland killings. Unprecedented in Sweden. The PM said in a televised address, Sweden has never seen anything like this before. No other country in Europe sees anything like it. He talked about an irresponsible immigration policy and failed integration. Even so, others in Sweden had said just a few years earlier that the relation between crime and immigration was highly exaggerated. It seems now, as things stand in Sweden, they were wrong, but that doesn't mean such outbreaks of violence will happen elsewhere. A study of US immigration revealed, we find that there is no discernible effect on country-level property or violent crime rates. In 2018, Reuters published an article on immigration to Germany that said, violent crime rises in Germany and is attributed to refugees. As we said, the effect of immigration regarding crime is complicated. Culture matters, especially if the imported culture contains high levels of violence, perhaps against women. A study on Norwegian immigration revealed that while just 13% of Norway's population were immigrants when the study was conducted, this 13% represented 47% of the people convicted of murdering their partners. The perpetrators mostly came from Iran, Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, and Eritrea, where women's rights are not the same as in Norway. There will always be a few bad apples on the tree of life, which brings us to our next topic: the criminal elements that exploit people's desperation by charging them large sums to break into the US illegally. In 2022, the US news media reported a horror called the deadliest human smuggling event in US history. This was 53 deaths of immigrants. These people had hoped to get into the US and start a new life, but they were left in the back of a sweltering tractor trailer without food or even water on a hot day in Texas. They cooked in that trailer: Mexicans, Guatemalans, and Hondurans. One of them was a 14-year-old kid from Guatemala who told his family he was going to work his butt off in the US and send money home so they could build a new house. This kid's family lived in the town of Nahuala, where according to the Guatemalan president's office, 84% of the population lives in poverty and 13% lives in extreme poverty. Adults working on farms might earn $3 to $5 daily to feed an entire family. It's no surprise that a teenager had dreams of earning a proper crust in the US and sharing it with his kin. After the tragedy, it was discovered that the kid was following in the footsteps of his older brother, who had told him there was work in the US. His brother had become a gotaway in the US and subsequently got a job. He paid smugglers to get him into the US 1 year before his brother died. The cost of being smuggled into the US can often be as high as $12,000, a huge amount for people bringing in $5 a day. They don't always pay up front, though, as the brother didn't. Once working in the US, he started paying off his debt to the smuggling outfit. You'll see in a minute what happens when you don't pay your debt. Two other victims in the trailer, brothers, were just 17 and 19, with the hopes that they'd make it in the US. Their parents had taken out a loan against their house to pay the smugglers $10,000 for each son. It sounds like a lot, and it is, but if you're coming from Africa, Eastern Europe, or Asia, you might be looking at more like $20,000, maybe as much as $50,000. According to one source that mentioned Chinese immigrants, the cheapest price we saw in news media was $2,000 for the US border jump and a ride away. That's still a lot when you consider that a very legal Greyhound ticket from Tijuana to San Diego can cost as little as $12.99. Prices differ for smuggling operations just as they do when you take economy or business class on a plane. Smugglers in Mexico often give their clients color-coded wristbands that designate which service they'll receive and where they're being sent. Despite the violence they sometimes inflict, the cartels often run their operations like a professional business. The UN says you can buy a package deal, an expensive all-in-one that could take you all the way from somewhere like Honduras to Texas. But there's also a pay-as-you-go, which means paying in increments throughout various parts of the journey. The UN says these migrants are more likely to become stranded and be exposed to abuse. The comprehensive package deal is usually faster, more comfortable, and has a much higher success rate. No one would buy them if they continually failed or were overly dangerous. Thousands of immigrants get through this way, paying criminals in Mexico, who in turn often bribe low-paid Mexican police. On the US side, there are also criminals in the smuggling business. The cartels work both sides of the border. As one smuggler said, they often create a diversion so US Border Patrol agents flock to a certain spot. There's nothing fancy, he says, that happens next. Once the agents are out of the way, the people are smuggled by climbing over ropes or ladders provided through holes in the fence. The smuggler explained, if the agent or the camera didn't see them, the migrant can walk away as if nothing happened. They can walk right by a Border Patrol agent, and if they keep their cool, they're gone. The job of a US Border Patrol agent can sometimes be compared to Sisyphus in Greek mythology, pushing that giant ball of rock up a hill for all eternity. And people just keep coming, day after day, and there aren't enough agents to stop it. There's also no shortage of people wanting to help with the smuggling process. The smuggler we just mentioned was not a crime boss. He was just a kid who was poor as hell and has taken advantage of a thriving market. There will also be plenty of people exploiting the market. It's well known to the people working in the smuggling racket that if they take people through the Mexican desert, there are often gangs out there waiting, armed, who kidnap, rob, or beat people. Some of these gangs charge a toll to pass them, costing in the region of $300 a person. There were 492 reported attacks and kidnappings of such people in a matter of months in 2021, according to a human rights organization. The smuggler said he charges $5,000 to $6,500 per person to get them all the way to LA. This is a lot, but he said he faces a long prison time if he gets caught. He takes home about $2,500 per person due to his paying $200 for every migrant to Mexican cops and a massive $2,800 to $3,000 to the person doing the risky driving to LA. He might also pay decoys, lookouts, and folks who have safe houses about $200, so his earnings quickly diminish. Still, he says he gets his new clients every couple of days. With the massive uptick in the getting into the US business, the New York Times now says smuggling is a billion-dollar market just on the southern border. As we said, the money is sometimes paid back as debt. The smugglers on the US side are serious about collecting too. The FBI raided a safe house recently and found a migrant in a state of distress. His captors, whom he had not paid, had smashed his hands with a hammer. The US authorities reported that hundreds of migrants had been held in this house of horrors. Some men had been mutilated, while some women had been the victims of serious sexual misconduct. The New York Times described the scene that awaited the cops. Another migrant, stripped down to his underwear, was squirming in pain, his bludgeoned hand held aloft in the front bedroom. In the rear bedroom, agents encountered a nude woman, another migrant who had just been assaulted by a smuggler who emerged naked from the bathroom. This was the work of the Los Zetas cartel, an organization that might seem inviting to Mexicans living in poverty. As a former Mexican drug cop and organized crime investigator, Ed Calderon had said in a shocking podcast interview, the cartels pick up new recruits all the time. They actively seek them out, just normal guys who don't have work. The money is much better and sometimes less risky than becoming a cop. So poverty creates smugglers as much as it creates the smuggled. This is why US Border Patrol has a Sisyphean job on their hands, something they can usually do well, but not right now when they're so overwhelmed. You put one smuggler in prison and another pops up right away. U.S. authorities arrested and charged 5,046 people with human smuggling in 2022, up from 2,762 in 2014. Authorities raided stash houses and found migrants in them on pretty much a daily basis last year. Sometimes there were high-speed chases and shootouts. It never stops. The wave of immigration is like a perpetually recurring tsunami of human desperation. This wave is no more evident than at the U.S.'s illegal immigration hotspots. This year, that's the El Paso sector in Texas. Nowhere along the border is the CBP busier this year. Before we get into this, you need more information on what's going wrong this year. Remember, we told you there were 2.4 million encounters in 2023 and 2.3 million in 2022. These were record-breaking numbers. In 2021, you'll remember we told you the number was 1.7 million. The last peak before the current peak was in 2000, when encounters hit 1.6 million. They hit that number in the late 80s too, having climbed steadily from the 1960s onwards, then after 2000 climbing back down again. In 2017, the numbers hit a 17-year low at about 304,000 encounters, but the numbers had been under 500,000 since 2010. Encounters numbered 859,501 in 2019, then came down to 405,000 in 2020, and as you know, they went through the roof after that. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the CBP began arresting people under something called Title 42, which was invoked to expel immigrants easily. During the pandemic, the U.S. took a hardline stance to stop the spread of the virus. In 2020, around 90% of apprehended immigrants were immediately deported, compared to about 50% in 2021 and just 32% in 2022. Under Title 42, immigrants cannot claim asylum. It gave the government the power to deport people immediately since the law, based on a public health law made in 1944, states anyone who may be contagious and pose a serious danger to U.S. citizens can be kicked back without any legal barriers. They can also try again without any criminal consequences. It seems many have. But under Title 8, the usual law for immigration, if they're processed and deported, they are banned from trying to enter again for 5 to 10 years. And if they do attempt a crossing, they could end up in jail or face other charges. A lot of the present crisis is because many immigrants were waiting for Title 42 to end. Many from the Northern Triangle countries of Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala. These people had been poised for the law to change. They thought it would help them get in easier. This has caused a problem since so many different nationalities are now involved. With numbers so high, the Biden administration recently enacted something called expedited removal. This makes it easier to deport people without a court hearing, but only if they aren't claiming asylum. If they do try and claim asylum, they'll undergo a screening process called a credible fear interview. Not all of them will get to have the interview, just because the U.S. doesn't have enough resources, officers, and detention facilities, as well as flights out of the country. Yes, flights. South and Central America, Africa, and China are far away. It's hard to send someone back on foot if they come from Nigeria or Nujang, or must risk desert and jungle again getting back to South America. In some countries, the U.S. might not have a return migration agreement. That was the case for Venezuela for 7 years, so the U.S. couldn't just put Venezuelans on a plane and send them back. Still, in 2023, the U.S. started doing just that again. This year, the White House also said it would give temporary protected status to the 472,000 Venezuelans who arrived in the U.S. as of July 31st. Some in the U.S. have criticized sending people back to places with plenty of documented human rights violations. Still, flying someone back to Venezuela is better than making them make their own way back. They won't have to cross a desert and a particularly dangerous stretch of the Panamanian jungle, the Darien Gap, often called the most dangerous migratory crossing in the world. The UN said the number of people crossing this 5,000 square kilometers of tropical wilderness, steep mountains, and rivers tripled from 2021 to 2023, where people face natural dangers and bandits waiting to pounce on them over their 10-day, 14-hour-a-day hike. This area was once called impenetrable, but in 2023, hundreds of thousands of people crossed it, including pregnant women and men carrying babies on their backs. They would often pay guides to get them through Colombia, into Panama, and onto Costa Rica, and further north. When one Venezuelan woman making the journey was asked why she'd risk her life like that, she replied, "We earned $40 between us, and a kilo of meat costs $15. What can you do?" After a huge surge of immigrants in the fall of 2023, it was reported that nearly 40% of the 60,000 asylum seekers in New York City were from Venezuela. New York City is one of the places to go for immigrants since it has something called the right to shelter rules. The Migration Policy Institute wrote that these many thousands of immigrants move organically, quietly, and gradually across the U.S. to find the best place suited to their needs. Still, the screenings have now been made harder with a higher threshold, which the media says is to make it so non-Mexican asylum seekers can more easily be rejected, deported, and banished for 5 years. The people who are accepted as an asylum case might have to prove they are fleeing persecution in their home nation, possibly as a result of their nationality, race, political stance, or religion. There can also be exceptional circumstances, such as the threat of murder or kidnapping. Poverty and hardship don't cut it. Legal experts have said most people trying to claim asylum don't actually meet the criteria. In some cases, such as with Venezuelans, the U.S. has created a scheme in which immigrants will be granted stay in the country if they have a U.S. sponsor. We don't mean Nike, we mean a person or a family guaranteeing they'll be taken care of. Even so, desperate people have arrived in droves at the U.S. border, believing the U.S. has become a little more friendly to people like them. As you know, that's millions of people, many of whom are now stuck, waiting, and praying. Immigrants seeking asylum can make an appointment with the U.S. authorities using the CBP One app. Still, according to The Guardian, the app is riddled with technical glitches, indecipherable error messages, and mistranslations of English words. Some asylum seekers also don't have the right kind of phone or the Wi-Fi or cellular data plan to get online. One of the immigrants who tried and failed to use the app said in an interview, "We crossed into the U.S. through a hole in the wall. We were looking for Border Patrol, but we didn't see any that day. We just walked right in. Our plan was always to come through legally. We tried going through the CBP One app, but it never worked." There's currently a huge backlog of asylum cases, over 2 million immigrants waiting, most of them in the U.S. poised to have their day in court. Some others are faced with more difficult existence of being held in a long-term detention center. Of course, the free people could just disappear once they get in, but they'll be living their lives with a threat of deportation after that. Some live with an ankle bracelet so immigration can find them, but certainly not all. The sheriff we mentioned at the start, who spoke with Peter Santinello, said the people disappear all the time and never report to immigration. The sheriff worked in the Yuma sector in Arizona, which saw the third highest number of encounters in 2022 at just over 310,000. In 2023, that number was down 43% to 174,200. With claiming asylum posing all kinds of hurdles and with so many people knowing full well they won't get in that way, they opt for the other solution, sneaking in. And as we said, the hottest spot right now is the El Paso sector, which has overtaken the Rio Grande Valley sector. For you non-Americans, that's Texas. Reports show that a large group of people trying to enter this sector as of late were wearing blue bracelets. These people had paid the Mexican Gulf Cartel. Its logo, a dolphin, was also on the bracelets next to the word entregas, meaning deliveries. Once they got over the river, the Gulf Cartel washed their hands of them. Reports say that in some cases it's impossible to cross certain stretches of the river without paying a toll to the Cartel del Noreste, a group that originates in the Los Zetas syndicate. In September 2023, the border town of Eagle Pass, Texas, announced a state of emergency. This town is in the Del Rio sector, the number 2 busiest spot this year. Amazingly, 6,000 migrants crossed the Rio Grande River in just 2 days and walked into the town home to just 28,000 people. Talk about a crazy 2 days, a dangerous few days too. The river here is a scary thing indeed. In September 2022, it was reported that 9 immigrants died in 1 day from drowning near Eagle Pass. The river might look mild, but there are dangerous currents and whirlpools. Eagle Pass's fire chief explained, "Almost every single day we respond to the river and recover at least 1 body a day." One of the more recent reports stated that the body of a 3-year-old was found floating there. There are 9 main sectors on the southern border. The numbers regarding the busiest sectors change depending on where the smugglers want people to cross and what the whack-a-mole U.S. authorities are doing. Certain nationalities are also prone to heading to a certain sector, which would make sense as traffickers will do their business in certain sectors. If people have made their own way to the border, they'll likely follow a crowd they're more familiar with in terms of culture and language. In 2022, there was an increase in Indian nationals in the San Diego, El Centro, and Yuma sectors. Many Cubans headed to the Del Rio sector, and many Colombians that year went to the Yuma sector. Border Patrol said it found large numbers of people from Turkey and Haiti in the El Paso sector in 2022. Nicaraguan and Brazilian migrants made up a large number of arrests in all sectors. A significant number of Romanians were encountered in the San Diego sector. The CBP statistics, which we'll say are really thorough, good work someone, put many people at all borders in the other category, especially San Diego, El Centro, and Yuma. These people must come from a collection of nations. As we said, the El Paso sector has been the busiest this fiscal year, with an overall 39% increase in migrant encounters from the last year. Those encounters numbered 427,471. The Del Rio sector saw 393,226 encounters, followed by the Rio Grande Valley, which had 338,337. In Southern California, there was an increase of 31% in the San Diego sector, 230,900, and a 30% decrease in the El Centro sector, 50,500. The numbers will always fluctuate as the U.S. plays whack-a-mole and the gangs keep changing their tactics. The dark irony is that where there's a higher risk of death, many immigrants go, as there's usually less U.S. law enforcement. It's the same the entire journey from South America. The more off-road you go, the less chance you have of being arrested, but the more chance you have of falling off a cliff or being robbed by a bandit. Fortune favors the brave, an expression never any more evident than in the life of an immigrant who, as we write this show, has just narrowly lost a fight against arguably the world's best heavyweight boxer. Francis Ngannou, once a street-fighting boy from Cameroon who as a teen labored in a sand quarry, paid smugglers for his harrowing journey across the Sahara and through Europe toward France, where he intended to become a fighting champion. He did it, but his tale of being smuggled is pockmarked with tragedies he witnessed. The smuggling routes from East, North, and West Africa to Europe are another money spinner for criminals who, with smugglers who take people from South America to North America combined, generate around $6.75 billion. Ngannou, who now has French citizenship and legally works in the USA, has become fluent in English. He's a multi-millionaire thanks to fighting. He sends money home and he built a gym there for poor kids to use, following what other successful immigrants have done for centuries. He earned $12 million for going toe-to-toe with the Gypsy King Tyson Fury, whose Gypsy descendants also know what it's like to be treated like you don't belong. We told you this to show that some immigration stories do have happy endings, but for the US right now, this influx is out of control and the government needs to get it back under control. The problem for politicians is finding a humane solution, something not always easy where very complex problems are concerned. Cell phones made in Latin America, supply chains contained in the Western Hemisphere, Asian companies fleeing to Mexico. These are some of China's worst nightmares, and unfortunately for Beijing, everything we've just listed will likely happen. Over the past 2 decades, whenever you look at where a product was produced, the same 3 words stared back at you: made in China. But this might not be the case for much longer. In a few years, you could be checking the back of your most prized possessions and see the words "Made in Mexico." Will this economic shift bring China to its knees? Could Mexico become a dominant player in a global economy? Let's find out. There are several key reasons why Mexico has become a prominent player in global manufacturing recently. Some of it has to do with external factors such as rising tensions between China and the US, along with massive supply chain issues due to the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's war in Ukraine. However, there are also some key aspects of Mexico's society and its geography that have allowed the nation to secure its position as an up-and-coming economic power in the future. Foreign investments and businesses have flocked to Mexico when they once looked to China for much of their supply and manufacturing. There are 4 main reasons why there's so much talk of Mexico one day replacing China as a key manufacturer for companies worldwide. The first is that Mexico is in a prime location. The second is that it can provide stability where others can't. The third is because the country has a large labor pool and low wages. And the fourth is that Mexico has the flexibility other nations don't. The rise of Mexico as a contender to China began several years ago. However, the history of Mexico as a major trade partner and an ally of the US goes back much further. And since the US has the largest economy in the world with a GDP of around $23.3 trillion a year, this is a big deal. The foundation of the relationship between Mexico and the US got off to a rocky start. The Mexican-American War, or Guerra de 1847, came to an end when the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was signed on February 2, 1848. Mexico was given approximately $18 million in compensation from the United States, and the U.S. received Texas, California, Nevada, Utah, New Mexico, most of Arizona and Colorado, along with parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Wyoming. Needless to say, this wasn't exactly a fair deal. After the war, the governments of the 2 nations remained somewhat indifferent to one another, but economic trade and ties quickly began to form between the 2 neighbors. Between 1882 and 1910, U.S. railroad companies recruited workers from Mexico as labor shortages sprung up across the United States. This was partly thanks to the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which stopped immigration from China at the time. It's estimated that more than 16,000 Mexicans were working on the railroads during the early 20th century and made up as much as 60% of the U.S. railway workforce. So even after 100 years, there were disputes and shifting power balances between the United States, China, and Mexico. The situation today is much different than that of the past, but the economies of all three nations have always been somewhat intertwined. In 1965, the end of the temporary worker program in the United States resulted in hundreds of thousands of migrant workers going back to Mexico. The Mexican government established a large-scale industrial development program that was focused on manufacturing near the U.S.-Mexico border to allow for easy movement of goods and components between the countries. These facilities were called maquiladoras, or assembly plants, and employed severely underpaid Mexican laborers to build goods for the U.S. market. There was a huge influx of workers from southern Mexico that headed north to work in the maquiladoras, and by 1992, around 500,000 people were employed at the assembly plants, which produced around $19 billion worth of goods and services, or around 40% of Mexico's total exports. This move to grow the economic output of Mexico through the maquiladoras became known as the Mexican Miracle and resulted in sustained economic growth of between 3 and 4% for almost 3 decades. It is this foundation that would eventually lead Mexico to where it is today, who, to put it bluntly, is stealing contracts and business away from China. On January 1, 1994, the North American Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA, was signed and went into effect. This started a 15-year process of dismantling tariffs and levies between the Mexican and United States and Canadian governments. The agreement greatly increased the cooperation between the U.S. and Mexico. There were many societal problems that stemmed from NAFTA, but economists generally agree the deal did help with economic growth by nearly tripling North American trade. NAFTA played a major role in helping the Mexican economy grow and allowing it to be in the unique position it is today. There's a lot to unpack between the United States and Mexico, especially when it comes to border policies and cultural differences, but that's a topic for another time. What's important to know is that after NAFTA, the U.S. and Mexico changed leaders several times, but trade and economic cooperation between the two nations continued. Then in 2020, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement replaced NAFTA, further solidifying and extending the free trade agreement between the three nations. The relationship between the U.S. and Mexican governments is built around economic gains, with each nation looking out for itself. What this means is that when the US benefits, Mexico benefits, and vice versa. We can use this fact to springboard to how things are beginning to go very badly for China and why Mexico is benefiting so greatly from their losses. As of 2023, Mexico has become the United States' leading trade partner, beating both Canada and China for the top spot. Approximately $263 billion worth of goods passed between the US-Mexico border for the first 4 months of 2023. Mexican exports to the U.S. totaled around $157 billion, while exports from U.S. to Mexico reached $107 billion. 15.4% of all U.S. trade was done with Mexico, followed by 15.2% with Canada and 12% with China. These numbers are intriguing because in 2022, 7.5% of all U.S. exports were imported by China, and 16.5% of total U.S. imports came from China. China was actually the U.S.'s leading trade partner since 2014 when it took the #1 spot from Canada. 2023 is one of the few times Mexico has been the top trade partner of the U.S. in recent history, but this might become the new norm. There are 2 major factors that have led to Mexico replacing China as the U.S.'s top trade partner. The first is the clash between the two titans. Washington, D.C. and Beijing have always been at odds with one another. Their relationship is built on economic gains, but their ideologies could not be more different. The second is the growth of Mexico as an economic power. Let's start by discussing what happened between China and the U.S. and how it led to Mexico getting a leg up. Trade between the United States and China began to run into trouble in 2018 when President Donald Trump's administration started to enact tariffs on Chinese imports as punishment for Beijing and Chinese companies that were stealing U.S. intellectual property. In response, China implemented its own tariffs on U.S. goods. This pissing match went back and forth for a while, resulting in around $335 billion in trade, or around 66.4% of China's exports to the U.S. being subject to tariffs. The average U.S. tariff on Chinese goods is approximately 19.3%, while Beijing has settled on an average tariff of 21.2% on American goods, according to the World Trade Organization. The result of this tariff war was an 8.5% reduction in trade from China to the U.S. and a 26.3% reduction in trade from the U.S. to China. And since the Biden administration hasn't rolled back any of the tariffs imposed by Trump, it allowed both Canada and Mexico to once again vie for the top trade position with the largest economy in the world. It's become too expensive for many U.S. companies to import products from China and keep their costs competitive. This has resulted in many businesses looking elsewhere to secure goods and labor, which has only exacerbated China's decrease in trade with the U.S. As of May 2023, the United States has carried out $68.7 billion worth of trade in Mexico, $67.6 billion with Canada, and $46.6 billion with China. This accounts for 15.9%, 15.7%, and 10.8% respectively of total trade done with the U.S. COVID-19 put the final nail in the coffin for the U.S.-China trade relations when supply chain issues started to develop as global shipping and logistics became paralyzed by the pandemic. It is possible that the tariffs, pandemic, and supply chain issues created the perfect storm, which could lead to the fall of the Chinese manufacturing economy and the rise of Mexico. Before we dive into what Mexico has been doing to overtake China as the U.S.'s top trade partner, we need to discuss how China may actually be its own worst enemy. For decades, China's been able to outcompete much of the global competition for low-cost manufacturing. This brought huge amounts of investment and money into the country, which allowed its economy to grow rapidly. However, the result of this influx of cash meant that China and its people were becoming wealthier, which led to many workers expecting higher pay. Over the course of 2 decades, the income and GDP per capita in China rose tenfold, quality of life within its borders improved, and a middle class developed. But as China found success and its citizens started to expect higher pay, manufacturing costs began to rise. It made sense for foreign companies to do business with China when it was cost-effective, but for some, this was no longer the case, which is why companies are now looking elsewhere to find cheaper labor. And one country that stands out above all the rest is Mexico. Let's now look at how much is being invested in Mexico and what this influx of business has done to improve the country's economy and the manufacturing capabilities. The industries receiving the most investments in Mexico are the pharmaceutical and automotive sectors, followed by the food industry. Companies are also looking at Mexico to secure mining rights and access to basic metals. Prime examples of this influx of foreign businesses are Ford investing $260 million to build a new global technology and business center in Mexico, and Volkswagen investing nearly $763 million in an electric vehicle plant in the country. In November 2022, Economy Minister Raquel Buenrostro Sanchez announced that more than 400 North American companies have the intention of relocating from Asia to Mexico. So it is clear that there has been a shift in where companies, especially from the U.S., are doing business. But it isn't just Western firms that are moving to Mexico. Chinese corporations are also moving to Mexico to take advantage of the nation's key assets and to provide greater access to North American markets. It's been reported that Chinese investment into Mexico increased from $154 million in 2016 before the Trump administration to $271 million. This was nearly a 50% increase in response to the U.S. threatening China with tariffs the following year. By 2021, Chinese companies invested $492.5 million in Mexico as the country's allure became harder and harder to ignore. Now let's get into how Mexico is replacing China, at least in several aspects of the global market. As mentioned earlier, there are 4 main reasons why this is happening. They are location, geopolitical stability, labor pool, and flexibility. We'll examine each one and analyze how these factors have contributed to Mexico becoming one of the most crucial economies in the world. Location. Mexico's proximity to the U.S. gives it a huge advantage over other nations around the world when it comes to foreign investment. For the U.S., Mexico provides an excellent alternative to China in terms of production and manufacturing. The proximity of Mexico has allowed for what's called nearshoring. Basically, this is moving supply chains, manufacturing, and trade closer to home. And for the United States, it does not get much closer than Mexico. The theory is that by nearshoring, countries can mitigate lag time in deliveries and reduce the impact of unforeseen global events on supply chains. The shift to conducting more business with Mexico was sped up by the need to procure crucial goods and materials to keep the U.S. economy going during and after the pandemic. China could produce all the goods it wanted, but since the average container ship takes between 15 and 30 days to reach the US, many businesses, especially those that are waiting on key components or parts, have been looking for other alternatives. Then there's the fact that almost all shipping was shut down during the pandemic, and backed up supply took months to unload. This problem could have been averted if US businesses relied on Mexico as their main supplier and business partner, and not only would the goods be closer, but also much easier to ship. Just to put this into perspective, China's busiest port in Shanghai is 6,500 miles or 10,500 kilometers from Los Angeles, where most Asian goods enter the US. Ford's car plant in Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico is only 664 miles or 1,068 kilometers from Los Angeles and takes under 12 hours to reach by truck. So, getting goods and resources from Mexico to the United States is not only faster but cheaper as well. And this is just one example. There are countless manufacturing facilities across Mexico, some of which are only miles from the US border. The possibility for US companies to significantly shrink the distance between where their products are produced by moving to Mexico seems like a no-brainer. In fact, goods manufactured in Mexico can be loaded on a truck and be anywhere in the US within 5 days. The only way Chinese imports could make it to the US in 5 days would be if they were loaded onto a cargo plane and flown across the Pacific. This is just not a cost-effective way of doing business. Another advantage that Mexico has due to its proximity to the US is increased reliability. Businesses know their products from Mexico will almost always be delivered on time. Those same goods coming from China could run into all kinds of delays, from bad weather during the ocean crossing to problems and holdups at port. There's a much higher risk for products to arrive late when coming from Asia than if they're thrown into a truck in Mexico and driven across the border. But the US is not the only country that benefits from the location of Mexico. Since it's so close to the United States, Mexico's policies and government structure has been influenced by the superpower to its north over time. This can be seen as either good or bad, but the fact of the matter is that politically speaking, Mexico is much more aligned with Western democracies than China is. This means that some governments are more willing to do business with Mexico just on principle. Mexico is also closer to the growing economies in South America, which means Mexican exports arrive much quicker than if they're procured from Asia. Then there's the World Trade Bridge, or Puente Internacional Comercio Mundial, that connects Laredo, Texas to Nuevo León, Mexico. What makes this bridge so special is that it's 8 lanes wide for commercial use only. Basically, it's a gateway for goods and products to cross between Mexico and the United States. Around 6,000 trucks use the World Trade Bridge to enter the U.S. every single day. The bridge and connecting infrastructure allows for easy transportation and delivery. These goods can then be sold, used in manufacturing facilities, or even shipped to the rest of the world. Before we move on to the next advantage Mexico has, it's worth mentioning that some companies prefer doing business in Mexico because they can keep a closer eye on manufacturing and distribution. An example of this has to do with compliance over environmental, social, and corporate goals. Companies like Patagonia pride themselves on only sourcing sustainable materials and partnering with businesses that can manufacture their products ethically while also treating workers fairly. This is why, rather than procuring cheap cotton from places like the Xinjiang region of China, where reports of child and slave labor have come to light, companies will buy materials from Mexico or other parts of the world. Having supply chains located in Mexico, U.S. companies can more easily monitor all stages of how their products are being made. The same could be said for companies outside the U.S. who set up their manufacturing centers in Mexico. The Chinese government isn't always the most forthcoming or cooperative when it comes to foreign entities. However, the Mexican government will not actively hinder investigations by companies looking into their investments in the same way Beijing does. And this leads us to our next reason why Mexico could replace China as a global leading manufacturer: geopolitical stability. The disputes and political problems the United States has with China are one of the main reasons that Mexico is becoming a dominant player in the global economy. Some analysts predict the tariffs and the unsteady relationship between Washington and Beijing may result in no fewer than 10 years of steady economic growth for Mexico. The United Nations estimates that around $27 billion of lost trade between the US and China has been picked up by Mexico. It should come as no surprise that the US and many Western powers are concerned about Beijing's expansionist rhetoric and steps the Chinese government's taking to extend its power and influence around the world. Unsurprisingly, the single-party authoritarian rule of Xi Jinping is not the ideal form of government for Western democracies to do business with. However, since Mexico's political system is much more aligned with their own, the West might see it as a safer option to conduct business with Mexico City rather than Beijing. Then there's the fact that Chinese leadership has continued to double down on their claims to Taiwan. This has many governments on edge as Taiwan is the leading manufacturer of semiconductors. Most governments don't formally recognize Taiwan's independence, but conduct business with Taipei knowing full well it's a sovereign nation. If China were to invade and incorporate Taiwan into its borders, the consequences could be disastrous. This has many companies on edge, as an invasion of Taiwan would inevitably lead to sanctions and could possibly lead to war. Either way, supply chains from China to the rest of the world would be impacted. Blockades and embargoes could keep goods from leaving Chinese ports, putting many companies dependent on Chinese goods in a treacherous position. However, doing business in Mexico doesn't come with the same risk. The geopolitical stances of the Mexican government are much more aligned with the West than Beijing. If in a worst-case scenario China invades Taiwan, business in Mexico will likely continue as usual. Companies that procure their goods from Mexico wouldn't have to worry nearly as much about delays. The peace of mind is enough for some businesses to pull their production out of China and set up shop in Mexico. Perhaps the biggest factor that could result in Mexico replacing China as the world's go-to manufacturing center is this next point: low wages and large workforce. The reason that businesses in the United States and Europe haven't just brought the manufacturing of goods to their own shores is that it's just too expensive. These developed economies have a well-established middle class and labor laws in places that make mass-producing goods a lot less lucrative than outsourcing the process and paying workers in a foreign country a lot less. It's just how capitalism works. The cheaper something can be made, the more profit there is. Companies will almost always do whatever it takes to increase profit, even if it means outsourcing their product and taking advantage of people desperate for work. The Mexican Social Security Institute reported that in 2021, the average income in Mexico was approximately 16,449.22 pesos per month. That translates to about $820. The average monthly income for a worker in the United States in 2021 was around $3,000, which is over 3 times as much as a worker in Mexico. Now, there are a lot more people who live in poverty and are unemployed in Mexico than in the US, which means that not only are wages much lower, but unethical practices sometimes occur. The minimum wage in Mexico is 207.44 pesos, or $11.54 a day. So, although the reported data suggests that Mexican workers make the equivalent of $820 a month, the reality is most workers are probably only bringing in about $230 a month. But when it comes to the manufacturing industry, the statistics change slightly. It's reported that the average income for workers in factories is $3.50 an hour, which is 20 to 40% less than China. Even with lower wages, quality control in Mexico has proven to be more reliable than China. So moving production to Mexico could be a win-win for some companies that aren't specializing in complicated manufacturing processes like high-end electronics. In fact, the cheap cost of labor in Mexico is actually drawing Chinese companies to its competitor. Outside of the small city of Salinas, Victoria in Nuevo León, a gigantic project to build manufacturing centers has begun. The industrial park was funded through a Mexico-China joint cooperation deal and is named Hofusan Industrial Park. Recently, Chinese companies such as Hisense, Kuka Home, Manhua, and Sunon have opened manufacturing center at Hofusan to take advantage of cheap labor and low costs. Around 44 different Asian companies opened manufacturing spaces in Mexico in 2022 alone. This has just added to the already large number of foreign countries, such as Japan, South Korea, and the United States, who are already utilizing the Mexican workforce for their manufacturing capabilities. And as more and more manufacturing is moved to Mexico, wages will start to increase, attracting more and more experienced workers. Since wages have a ways to go until they catch up to the pay rates in China and other parts of the world, there's wiggle room for companies to offer increased incentives to their best workers. Flexibility. Although geopolitical stability is an important aspect of why companies are moving their manufacturing to Mexico, the flexibility that the country provides to its companies is also very attractive. In China, the state has its hands in everything. This means it can be difficult for some businesses to work in the country or manufacture their products the way they see fit. This is less of a problem in Mexico. Some companies, especially in the United States, may be willing to pay more for the manufacturing process in Mexico in return for more supply chain flexibility and confidence in delivery times. With the way things are headed, it seems as if the Mexican economy will continue to grow, and manufacturing there might become more costly in the future. But as long as products and goods are continuously pumped out without disruption, businesses will continue to make a profit. The reality is that even though some resources and aspects of doing business in Mexico can be more expensive than in China, Western companies are willing to pay a premium to have the flexibility to diversify their manufacturing locations. For U.S. companies, Mexico offers much more flexibility because of its location. Around 40% of the materials used in the production process of goods in Mexico come from the United States. This is beneficial for quality control purposes and provides an economic boost to the country itself. Conversely, only 4% of products made in China utilize parts made in the U.S. The question then becomes, why would the U.S. continue to trade with China when there's an extra economic incentive to work with Mexico? The answer is it won't, which is why we've seen a reduction in the amount of trade being done between the US and China. The fact of the matter is that manufacturing in Mexico is better for US companies, the US economy, and therefore the American people. It's worth noting that there are some major problems in Mexico that they still need to overcome if it ever hopes to be as large a manufacturer as China. The first is corruption. Mexico rates 128 out of 180 on the Corruption Perception Index, which is not great. Until the government can get organized crime and the cartels under control, corrupt public officials and the negative perception of Mexico by the outside world will remain unchanged. Mexico also needs to modify its infrastructure and expand its shipping capabilities if it hopes to compete with China. Out of the 50 busiest seaports in the world, none are in Mexico. The largest port in Mexico, the Port of Manzanillo, does 6 times less business than Los Angeles ports. Infrastructure such as roads and railways also need to be improved and developed to allow companies to move goods across the mountains, deserts, and thick jungles of Mexico. So, will Mexico replace China as the manufacturing capital of the world? Probably not anytime soon. There's little doubt that Mexico has a lot going for it, and its economy will continue to grow as more and more companies opt to move their manufacturing to the country. However, China is still a powerhouse. It dominates production in Asia and ships goods across the planet. It's also become the main supplier of huge markets in Africa and South America. What it comes down to is that China might not even care that Mexico's encroaching on the manufacturing side of things. China's become wealthy enough to diversify its businesses, meaning it doesn't have to rely solely on manufactured goods to grow its economy. Countries like India and Vietnam are now producing a lot of products for companies around the world, including China, due to their low labor costs and developed supply chains. And no matter how badly the US wants to get away from China, it just can't. The two economies have become so intertwined and reliant on one another that if either nation cut the other off, it would lead to the economic collapse of countries. However, this isn't to say that the US won't eventually become less and less reliant on China as it turns to Mexico for more of its manufacturing needs. Although it might take time, this seems to be the most likely outcome. China isn't going anywhere. Mexico is almost certainly going to see more businesses coming to its shores for manufacturing incentives, but China will remain a dominant economic and political power. People who live in the United States and Canada will likely see more and more products with Made in Mexico on them, and fewer that come from China. However, the same cannot be said for the rest of the world. The Mexican economy will grow thanks to its location, stability, and cheap labor, but it's an almost certainty the Chinese economy will continue to grow as well.
Mexico and the USA enjoy good relations for the most part right now, but that wasn't the case in the 19th century when the two countries were fighting over territory. The two nations presently enjoy good trading relations, with Mexico being the 4th largest trading partner of the US behind the European Union, China, and Canada. Both cultures to some extent have crossed borders and permeated each country, but we see more Mexicans moving across the border to settle in the US rather than the other way around. Today this is a divisive issue, culminating in the new president's promise to construct a wall to keep out illegal immigrants. Nevertheless, in many ways the countries still have a healthy relationship. Today we'll discuss what would happen if that was not the case. In this episode of the Infographic Show, USA versus Mexico. Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so that you can be part of our notification squad. An invasion, it would seem, wouldn't be too hard as the countries share a border, which between Tijuana and San Diego is the most cross-border in the world. It measures approximately 1,989 miles. On the American side sits a little more than 325 million people, on the Mexican side sits close to 130 million people. The USA is a much larger country, measuring 3.8 million square miles, while Mexico is close to 762,000 square miles. They are the 3rd and 13th largest countries in the world, respectively. Interestingly, if these two nations should go head-to-head, it's worth noting that the Pew Research Center said in 2016 there were 5.6 million Mexican unauthorized immigrants living in the US. Pew also said that in 2016, almost 36 million Mexican Americans were legally living in the USA, accounting for a good portion of the nation's population. According to an article in The Guardian published in 2017, approximately 2 million Americans have made Mexico their home, while USA Today states that thousands more Americans are living in Mexico on tourist visas and one-year temporary visas. The Guardian writes, Mexico is the country with the largest community of US citizens living outside of the United States. In terms of our comparison, it is important to take into account these numbers, more so the amount of possible Mexico sympathizers in the US that could cause internal mayhem than the Americans in Mexico, many of whom are retirees. 157,227 Mexican immigrants came into the USA in 2015, and over 1 million more are still on a waiting list. So in terms of where loyalty lies, we'll let you decide. The USA is the world's biggest spender on defense by a long shot. Of its $19.4 trillion GDP, around 3.3% of that cash is spent on the military. That number for 2016 was roughly $611 billion. US President Donald Trump has allocated around $587 billion from the US discretionary budget for 2017 for defense. Most of this goes towards the running of the military, but the US is also a big spender when it comes to research and development and the creation of new military technology. In terms of troops, the US has 1.3 million active military personnel and a further 811,000 acting as reserve personnel. Mexico's GDP is barely over $1 trillion. Of that, in 2016, around $7 billion was spent on the country's defense budget, according to Global Firepower. We can find other sources that claim this number is lower. Still, Mexico is not considered to be a country that spends heavily on defense when compared to other smaller and larger nations. Mexico has 273,575 active military personnel and a further 110,000 acting as reserve personnel. With all that money to spend, the USA has quite a cache of land artillery. According to Global Firepower, the country has 5,884 tanks, 41,000 armored fighting vehicles, 1,934 self-propelled guns, 1,299 towed artillery, and 1,331 multiple launch rocket systems. Only 2 countries own more tanks than the USA, and they are China and Russia. Some of the US's land equipment is the best in the world, and that includes the extolled M1 Abrams tank, as well as the M109A6 Paladin self-propelled gun and the TOW anti-tank missile. Mexico, on the other hand, is not quite so tooled up. The country has to its name 0 tanks, 695 armored fighting vehicles, 12 self-propelled guns, 375 towed artillery, and 0 multiple launch rocket systems. This does not bode well for a land invasion alone, never mind what might be coming from the air or by the sea. America, in terms of equipment anyway, is no doubt king of the skies military-wise. Its growing fleet of F-35A Lightning IIs might be costing the taxpayer more than $11 billion this year alone, much more than the entire Mexican defense budget, but it has much more waiting in reserve. We should note that the F-35s have been criticized and belittled as a waste of money by some critics, while it's well known they have faced many technical problems. Nonetheless, the USA also owns among its 13,444 aircraft large fleets of highly touted F-22A Raptors, F-16 Fighting Falcons, F-15E Strike Eagles, McDonnell Douglas CF-18 Hornets, and FA-18E Super Hornets. Mexico, on the other hand, owns 452 aircraft, but none of them are fighter aircraft. It retired its small number of Northrop F-5E and 2 F-5F Tiger IIs recently and doesn't seem interested in buying any more fighters. The country now relies on its PC-97 and T-6C Plus light attack trainers to protect its skies, which are no match for the US's aerial firepower. It doesn't get any better in the water for Mexico, a country not known for its naval prowess. Not surprisingly, Mexico doesn't have an aircraft carrier, nor does the country have its own destroyers. It has just 6 frigates, 3 corvettes, 131 patrol craft, and 11 mine warfare vessels. Its navy is more concentrated on Mexico's huge drug problem and offering relief in times of natural disasters. Its small navy is reasonably well equipped for those tasks. The US Navy is one of the largest and strongest in the world. It has a total of 11 aircraft carriers, 22 cruisers, 67 destroyers, 8 frigates, 75 submarines, 0 corvettes, 9 amphibious assault ships, 11 mine warfare ships, and 55 patrol ships. It also owns a behemoth in the Gerald R. Ford class supercarrier. Alone, this thing can be a deadly force. Obviously, the US military outpowers the Mexican military at perhaps a difference we have not yet seen in our military comparisons, and we haven't even mentioned nuclear. However, as we have seen throughout history, power alone doesn't always spell victory. What would happen internally in the US if these 2 countries fell out is not something we would like to see, but all those Mexicans in the USA would make matters difficult for America. This is the second show in our new series that discusses the safety of countries. Our first destination was Russia, and if you saw that episode, you'll know that we focused not only on safety in terms of people visiting the country as tourists, but also how safe you might be if you intended to go and live in the country. Again, we'll state that general safety is not always easy to understand, mainly because it often depends on where you intend to stay and what you intend to do there. We will, however, look at crime statistics, government advice, recent news reports, and what the people living there tell us. It's by no means an exact science, but we should get some idea about the dangers that exist. So, welcome to this episode of the Infographic Show, Is It Safe to Live in Mexico? Mexico is a fairly large country in the southern part of North America, with the USA standing above it and Central America down below. At time of writing, Worldometers states the live population of Mexico is 130,333,770, making it one of the most populous nations on Earth. So, you're thinking about living there, perhaps going to one of those beautiful beaches in the Yucatan, or chilling to the sound of mariachis in one of the country's many colorful cities. But there's one thing that bothers you, and that's all the news reports you keep seeing about gang violence that looks more like war than drug-related crime. You'd have to be living under a stone not to have seen any of the countless TV series and documentaries showing us that Mexico has some really mean streets. So let's start with that: gangs and crime and murders. If you check out a report called Global Violent Deaths 2017, it lists countries that have been war-torn, but also areas where the violence is mainly due to what we might call non-armed conflict violent crime. The 5 countries highest on the list were Syria, El Salvador, Venezuela, Honduras, and Afghanistan. Searching on the web, you can find statistics from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, but some of these reports are a few years old. Most lists you'll find contain the countries we just mentioned, but you can also add Mexico's neighbors to the top 10 or even top 5 list, which are the countries of Belize and Guatemala. The latest reports we can find put the Honduras murder rate at 42.8 murders per every 100,000 and Mexico at 22.7. Another source tells us it is 16.35 per 100,000 or 20,762 intentional homicides in total. The same source puts the USA tally at 4.88 per 100,000 or 15,696 in total. For 2018, the website Numbeo puts Venezuela at the top of its overall crime index, giving it a very poor safety rating. It puts Mexico in 32nd place. Other countries popular with tourists are rated more dangerous, such as Brazil, South Africa, Jamaica, Malaysia, Argentina, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Something called the Social Progress Index also gives Mexico an average rating for safety. In terms of how dangerous Mexico is, we have to look at certain areas of the country. Despite those statistics we just mentioned, CNN cited Mexican government statistics that told us there was a massive hike in the murder rate of late, and in 2017, it says 25,339 people were murdered. It said these were largely gang-related murders, and the murder hotspots were Guerrero, Jalisco, Sinaloa, and Baja California Sur. Now, perhaps one problem regarding foreign visitors is that 2 of Mexico's very popular tourist cities are first and third ranked in terms of global murders per city. Number 1 is Los Cabos at 111 murders per 100,000, and number 3 is Acapulco at 106 murders per 100,000. According to US news reports, this hasn't stopped Americans from flocking there. The question is, how likely are you, as a visitor or as an expat, to get caught up in this violence? Well, in 2018, the US State Department issued a security alert after a bomb explosion on a ferry in the popular resort town of Playa del Carmen. However, the same department only gives Mexico a level 2 grade for danger overall. This means you should exercise caution when you are there. The report states that gang-related crime should not affect visitors to the country, but bystanders have been injured or killed in shooting incidents. At the same time, the US government gives some areas a level 3 rating, which means you probably should not go there, and that traveling from city to city in these areas can be dangerous due to gangs sometimes blocking the roads. It gives some areas a level 4 rating, which means do not visit for any reason. In these areas, you might be taken hostage or find yourself in the middle of a gun battle, according to the report. It also says that in these areas, there's a high risk of murder, armed robbery, carjacking, kidnapping, extortion, and sexual assault. So, at all costs, we are told, stay away from the states of Colima, Guerrero, Michoacan, Sinaloa, and Tamaulipas. These all get the level 4 rating. To give you an idea of safety, Forbes ran a story in 2018 that stated more Americans were reported killed by homicide in Mexico than the combined total of Americans killed by homicide in every other country abroad. We should understand, though, that Mexico is full of American expats and tourists. The same article cites Australian government warnings, telling people to be aware that violent crime and robbery against visitors is common in some parts of Mexico. It goes on to say that pickpocketing is also common, as are crooked Mexican cops taking advantage of outsiders. What does the British government say? It says remain vigilant even if on one of those wonderful beaches, and mentions the bad states the US government tells us are no-go areas. Even in Mexico City be vigilant, says the UK government, but it also adds this. Over 513,800 British nationals visited Mexico in 2016, most visits are trouble-free. Nonetheless, after hearing what we've just told you, you could be thinking that sipping a piña colada in Tora Bora would be safer than singing along to La Cucaracha in a shady Mexican town square. Well, the British government says it's just a matter of research and knowing where you shouldn't go. The violence is concentrated in specific areas, and some regions are almost completely spared, is the UK official line. If you are hanging out in Merida or Mexico City, your chance of being subjected to violence or robbery should not be high. But should you settle down in Sinaloa, the former stomping ground of the notorious Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, things might be different. We checked out an expat forum where that question was asked, and fortunately some American expats living in Sinaloa were there to answer. One person wrote, "Sinaloa is not nearly as hostile and life-threatening as often portrayed by the US media, but it certainly is not as safe, unblemished, and invulnerable as a travel agent might suggest. Stay off the back roads," said the person, "and stay out of what he called the hinterlands." In fact, you can find many expat stories about how great life is in the Sinaloan resort town of Mazatlan. Some expats talk about the friendly and welcoming people, and while they don't deny there is violence, some say American cities such as Chicago and Baltimore are also quite dangerous. Another Mazatlan-based expat wrote, "It seems like the press and the US government are going out of their way to discourage people from vacationing in Mexico. Those of us who live there, who love it here, wonder why." He added, "I take common sense precautions and keep my eyes open. But, I do that wherever I am." Some expats also pointed out, and we can verify that they are correct, that the rape and assault rate in Mexico is much lower than in the US. As the Huffington Post reports, in spite of Mexico having some startling murder statistics, what you don't get from most reports in the US is statistical evidence that Americans are less likely to face violence in Mexico than at home. Okay, so this offers a counter view. Let's now see what Mexicans think about how safe their country is. We looked at Quora, where this question was posed, and Mexicans and non-Mexicans all said the same thing. Yes, it's safe to travel in the country. Juan Ramirez said use caution in some areas, but generally he said most places you hear about that people go to are just as safe as any travel destination in the USA, Western Europe, or Australia. There is another big danger in some countries, and that is dying while driving. For traffic fatalities, Mexico falls under the world average of 17.4 deaths per 100,000 at just over 12. Most bloggers we can find writing about driving in Mexico say that it is generally safe. Other annoyances in Mexico could include getting malaria or dengue fever, which is possible in certain areas of the country according to the CDC, although you shouldn't be too concerned. As for other critters to watch out for, besides the dreaded mosquito, Mexico has lots of them. Scorpions, spiders, and you might just meet a venomous snake when walking in the Maya jungle. Again, it's not something you should be overly concerned about. You should probably be more concerned about becoming that drunk person that eats the worm in the cheapest bottle of mezcal you could find and then decides to go out and party some more. So, in conclusion, government websites are quite sure you should stay away from some areas, but some expats disagree. Gang violence is likely not going to come your way, but exercise some caution as you would anywhere. Walking around drunk at night in cities or wandering into territory where gangs are known to frequent is probably not a good idea. For the most part, people are friendly and hospitable, and tourists, statistically, should be safe. But there have been some incidences of tourists getting hurt, and with all that gang violence, we must accept we could just be in the wrong place at the wrong time. For this reason, we will put Mexico higher than Russia on the danger scale. We're back with our Is It Safe series, following shows on China, Russia, Mexico, and Syria. Today's show might be the most controversial yet, given that many of our viewers are American. If you're an outsider or have never visited the US, you might think every day is fraught with dangers, given how parts of the country are often portrayed in movies and documentaries as hives of criminality and daily violence. The prisons are overflowing, and no country locks up so many of its citizens, while the police themselves are often seen in viral videos seemingly beating down people with extreme prejudice. Add to that political divisions, high school massacres, organized crime, seemingly more gangs than zip codes, and America might look to some like an unsafe place. Today, we'll find out if that's true. In this episode of the Infographic Show, is it safe to live in the USA? First of all, as we told you in our other shows about a country's safety, how much danger you might face as a visitor or a resident all depends on where you live and what kind of lifestyle you have. Someone visiting Pleasant Grove, Utah to see the Strawberry Days Festival will no doubt be in safer hands than someone going to Baltimore with the express intention of getting in on the local heroin dealing scene. We will talk about some parts of the country, but look more at general statistics, what the media says, and what governments say about visiting the USA. As we've looked so many times at what the American government says about visiting other countries, let's now see what other governments say about the safety of America. The UK's Foreign and Commonwealth Office opens its section about the US with something about volcanoes going off in Hawaii, but we're not too concerned about that. Visitors to the US have as much chance of being cooked in hot lava as a piano falling on their head from a high building. Around 3.8 million British nationals visit the United States every year. Most visits are trouble-free, we are told. So what other dangers are there? Terrorism could occur anywhere, and attacks are indiscriminate. You might contract the Zika virus in Florida or Texas, or you might have to watch out for hurricane season in some parts of the country. But again, these are small concerns. What about crime? Well, according to the FCO, very few visitors have been involved in America's notorious gang/gun crimes, although some have been caught up in drug-related violence close to the Mexican border. Brits are also told to not walk into areas off the beaten path in big cities alone at night, but on the whole, unlike many countries the FCO talks about, the US has no extreme warnings for Brit visitors. The Australian government mirrors that opinion. If you exercise normal safety precautions, i.e. don't go looking for trouble, the USA poses no great risk for travelers. Again, a handful of terrorist attacks are mentioned, and gun crime is also mentioned. You are also warned to read about the place you will be visiting regarding crime, but you are told visitors are very rarely the target of violence in the US. So, looking at those sites, you might think the USA is a very safe place to visit. But how much crime exists in the country? After all, OECD data for 2018 tells us America locks up more of its population than any other country by a large margin. It said that in 2018, for every 100,000 people in the USA, 655 people are imprisoned. Prison policy tells us the American criminal justice system holds almost 2.3 million people in 1,719 state prisons, 102 federal prisons, 1,852 juvenile correctional facilities, 3,163 local jails, and 80 Indian country jails. By the way, the UK locks up 138 people for every 100,000, and that was the 14th placed country on the list. In second place was Turkey at 287 per 100,000. Does this mean America is unsafe though? Or are too many people in prison for small non-violent crimes? Let's look at violence. If you compare world homicide rates, the USA has nothing on countries like Venezuela, El Salvador, Jamaica, Brazil, and its next door neighbor, Mexico. The FBI hasn't yet released its full report for 2017, but in 2016, it says regarding murder and non-negligent manslaughter, there were 5.4 instances per 100,000 people. Assaults were 250.6 per 100,000, rapes were 25.1 or 41.2 per 100,000, depending on legacy definition and revised definition respectively. If we compare the murder rate to those countries we mentioned before, it is very low in the USA. Mexico is around 4 times higher, and Venezuela is around 18 times higher. But what about other developed countries? The UK murder rate was 1.2 per 100,000 in 2016. In fact, most developed nations hover around 1 per 100,000. So you could say the US murder rate is very high given how developed it is and how rich it is. In terms of rich countries regarding GDP, China has a low murder rate and India has a low mid-murder rate at 3.2 per 100,000. Russia and Brazil are two other rich nations with high murder rates. If you really want to stay out of the way of violent crimes in the USA, maybe don't go where they are most prevalent. FBI data tells us where those places are. Number 1 on that list is Baltimore, Maryland at 98.6 violent crimes per 10,000 people. Number 2 on that list is Memphis, Tennessee at 97.4 violent crimes per 10,000 people. Number 3 is St. Louis, Missouri at 91.5 violent crimes per 10,000 people. Number 4 is Little Rock, Arkansas at 87.4 violent crimes per 10,000 people. And number 5 on that list is Birmingham, Alabama at 86.1 violent crimes per 10,000 people. Are those rates of violence high? It depends on how we define violence. We guess it's all kinds of violence that ended with an arrest. If so, the 2017 stats for London, UK, where street fights are common, we are told for every 1,000 people, there were 22 violent crimes. That's 220 per 10,000. And who wouldn't visit Buckingham Palace because they thought London was unsafe? No one. So perhaps the USA is not all that dangerous if indeed you don't do anything stupid. What about where all the people want to visit? Statistics tell us that New York City and Los Angeles are the most visited cities in the USA. Are you safe to visit those places? Most websites seem to think so, even though we are told there are some areas you perhaps might want to miss when out alone at night. Walk of New York says crime is way down in NYC, and forget about all those old movies that depict the city as a hotbed of violent crime. We are told violence against tourists is very, very rare. One person on TripAdvisor was concerned about walking the streets at night. A New Yorker responded as follows: "Your family should stop watching crime TV shows and movies. You have nothing to worry about." Other respondents didn't disagree. What about LA? Surely this city is full of hidden dangers. Well, some websites do say you might avoid Skid Row or a night walk alone in South Central, but still, the website Safe Around doesn't give LA a high danger rating in any categories. A Brit asked on TripAdvisor in 2016 if he would be safe wandering around LA at night. One person replied, "You'll have wandered into dodgier areas of Blackpool more times than you're ever likely to wander into a dodgy area of LA." Most people said it is safe, but being so large, just check out where you are visiting and be sensible. That way you'll almost definitely stay out of harm's way. While there are still certainly many boys in the hood, it's generally thought LA is safe on the whole. We even looked at warnings for the popular Venice Beach, and the website warned us about ear infections from swimming. It didn't mention getting held at knife point by skinheads or shot to ribbons for your shoes. One person on TripAdvisor did say it wasn't safe at night though. Again, we think if you exercise caution, many of LA's hotspots should be just fine. Okay, so let's not paint too much of a pretty picture here. In 2018, Reuters wrote that the USA came in 10th in a poll of countries in the world where women risked sexual violence, harassment, and coercion into sex. PBS opens a story in 2017 stating racism remains a prevalent problem in the United States. But that was based on a poll about how people think and not necessarily related to aggression. In general, it's thought the USA is LGBT friendly, but a 2017 article in the New York Times points out that that isn't the case in all parts of the country. What the story was referring to, though, was how LGBT people have more rights and are protected by more laws in some states than in others. Hostel World tells us New York City and Washington, D.C. are very LGBT friendly, but many cities in the USA should be okay. If you want to drive from city to city, is it dangerous to do that in the USA? In 2016, there were 11.59 deaths per 100,000 people in the US. How does that compare to other countries? Well, it's a bit like the murder rate. It's quite high for a developed country, but not so high compared to nations that don't have the same advanced infrastructure and modern law enforcement. We might add that if you come from a small nation, driving on some of the USA's highways for the first time can be a little scary. Driving around LA, for instance, can get confusing. As for other dangers, you won't get malaria, although there's a minuscule chance of contracting dengue fever in some states. It's nothing to worry about though. Depending on where you are, you could also get eaten by a bear or an alligator, bitten by a rattlesnake or a black widow spider, or have your leg munched on by a great white shark. But Jaws was just a movie, and we can say again that these things might happen to you as much as that piano might drop on your head. So in conclusion, we think that the dangers present in America are much less than movies and TV might have you think. There certainly is a lot of gun crime for such an advanced country, but much of that happens in certain areas, and visitors are unlikely to get caught up in it. If you don't exercise caution and decide to run wild, you might find yourself in trouble, but if you take it easy, you should have no problems in the US. As for where the country comes on our danger list, we think the list now goes like this, from safest to most dangerous: China, USA, Russia, Mexico, Syria. We return to our country safety series, following shows on Russia and Mexico. Today we'll be featuring the most populous nation in the world and one of the largest in terms of landmass. We'll state again that this is by no means an exact science, as living in certain parts of countries can be more dangerous, and it certainly counts how you choose to live in a place. Nonetheless, by checking statistics on crimes, driving accidents, deaths, and even disease, it may give us an idea of how safe a country is. We will also check out official government warnings and what people living in these countries think about their safety. So, without further ado, welcome to this episode of the Infographic Show, Is It Safe to Live in China? First of all, we should point out that mainly due to China's thriving economy, it has become the home to many expatriates. The latest numbers we can find put the number of foreigners living and working in China at around 900,000, with the largest groups coming from South Korea, the USA, and Japan. These are people living in mainland China, aside from the 1.38 billion Chinese people. In total, there were 59.3 million international visitors to China in 2017, according to the World Tourism Organization, making it the fourth most visited country in the world behind Spain, the US, and France. With that kind of popularity in mind, we should probably know something about the safety of China. Let's have a look at the website Numbeo, which offers all kinds of information for people wanting to visit countries around the world. Numbeo gives each nation a score for both crime and safety, which is based on surveys answered by visitors and expats. China comes way down the list in 71st place, with a good safety score, placed next to Canada and scoring better than the US, France, and the UK. Its most dangerous cities, according to the surveys, are Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Beijing, and Shanghai, but they all come far behind many American cities. In fact, in terms of what people thought, China scored low for violent crime, moderate for other crimes, but high for corruption and bribery. What about official statistics? Well, some of the murder stats out there are quite old, with 1.1 per 100,000 people being the most cited number. That was 13,410 murders in that year. The average global rate is about 6 per 100,000. A more recent report we can find puts China's murder rate for 2016 at 0.62 per 100,000 residents, which is one of the lowest rates in the world. According to the Commission for Political and Legal Affairs of the Communist Party of China Central Committee, there was a 43% decline in all violent crime since 2012, although major traffic injuries and deaths went up by more than 50%. It seems in China, much of the crime is related to gang crime, such as drug and human trafficking, although corruption seems to be endemic. This might not have any effect on the visitor, but let's see what other governments say about safety in China. According to the US Department of State, China is a low-threat location. Although, it says in large cities such as Beijing, petty crime is quite common. It gives the example of pickpocketing, credit card fraud, and financial scams. It also states, violent crime affecting the expatriate community most often occurs in the bars/clubs of Beijing's nightlife districts. One of the reasons for this is cultural misunderstandings that are sometimes fueled by booze. Crime in more rural areas, says the US, is not common at all. Another thing in China, and expat websites are full of these stories, are foreigners being approached on the street by innocent-looking Chinese girls saying they want to practice some English. It's usually men that are the target, perhaps attracted to these cute gals that fall for the scam. They might then be whisked off to a tea shop and asked to pay an inordinately high bill, which will be hard to get out of. The cute girl may have large male friends who are in on the scam. Foreigners should also be aware that criminals have pretended to be police and have tried to extort money, and that they may meet criminal gangs if taking home prostitutes. The British government says 595,000 British nationals visited mainland China in 2017, and for the most part, the visit was trouble-free. The major criminal incidences include disputes over taxi fares and also the scams we already discussed. Another thing pointed out is China's strict drug laws, so bear in mind that being found with drugs on you could mean a lengthy prison sentence. While China is open to foreigners, and most people are very tolerant, it also says to avoid political gatherings and that it might not be a good idea to get into political arguments. The British government says there have been terrorist attacks in some places, such as Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, but foreigners are not the target. There are also some armed criminals wandering around very remote areas on the borders of Siberia, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Vietnam, Laos, and Burma. If anything, it states that visitors have more to worry about in terms of pollution or even natural disasters such as earthquakes or cyclones. One thing the Brits do point out is danger on the roads. So let's have a look at that. According to the South China Morning Post, around 260,000 deaths occur on China's roads each year. So think about that if you are renting a car or motorbike, especially a motorbike. Per 100,000, that is 18.8 deaths, which is mid-high on a global scale. Many countries in Europe have a death rate of under 10, but some countries have a rate at way over 30. The US is around 10 per 100,000. When someone asked the question, is it safe to drive in China, a Chinese resident said it can be dangerous and to beware of overloaded trucks and the fact that many people drive without a license. Another Chinese respondent said it's what happens after the accident that can be dangerous, as people do lash out. Others said people can be selfish drivers, yet others said it was fine. One expat wrote, driving in China is either utterly terrifying or amazingly awesome depending on your state of mind and attitude. Coming from America, it's not very difficult to get around. He also wrote that driving can be crazy at times, but there's a method to the madness, adding that there is not much safety culture and rules will be broken often. He added that if an accident does happen, the foreigner is often blamed. Reading forums about general safety in China, it seems people think it's safe. According to one American living in Shenzhen, he says it is much safer than New York or San Francisco. In fact, Most expats praised the safety of China. An African-American expat named Matthew said, "Use common sense," but stated, "Undoubtedly, China is the safest country I have ever lived in." As for racism, according to an Economist article in 2018, China sees racism as a Western problem, but like in many Asian nations, there can be a stigma or even accidental rudeness regarding what people think about darker-skinned people. This certainly doesn't mean aggressive racism, but more passive ignorance. From what we can tell, it seems homophobia is much the same. There is no outward hostility towards gay people, but the country might be somewhat behind the times in some respects. The consensus everywhere was that China is mostly safe, even walking at night, relating to physical attacks. But one person added that crossing the road can be hair-raising, so don't go thinking there is anything like a pedestrian comes first policy. Like many Asian countries, don't walk around thinking cars will stop, and even be aware that people jump red lights and don't stop at what looks like a crossing. He talked about the scams we have mentioned, and also that drunk foreigners can be more dangerous than any locals when on a night out. Oh, and he mentioned getting sick from the food. You shouldn't drink tap water in China, because that could give you diarrhea or worse. In fact, if you are new to China, there's a good chance you'll get some kind of stomach problem at some point. The rule of thumb in some Asian countries, especially off the beaten track, is don't eat street vendor food, but then a million expats would tell you that's being way overly cautious, as they often love the stuff. As for disease, the CDC recommends some vaccinations, but it depends where you are going. Perhaps try not to sleep with strangers and apply mosquito repellent where there are lots of mosquitoes. China is mainly low risk or risk-free for malaria, but dengue is common in some areas. So, there you go. It's very, very unlikely you'll come across hostility in China, and the people generally don't exhibit violence towards foreigners. Watch out for those road crossings, and be careful if you choose to drive. You might also be aware that pollution can cause breathing problems, a stuffy nose, or general irritation when levels are high. If you want a pain-free visit, be aware of petty scams and try not to make drug dealers your best buddies. That's common sense, and if you have it, you will most likely not have any problems. We give China a very safe rating, the safest country so far. That means up until now we have China, Russia, and Mexico in that order of safety. We are back with our Is It Safe series, and this time we will feature a place which you could say is well off the tourist trail at the moment. Unlike the other countries we have visited so far in this series, Russia, Mexico, and China, Syria will not likely be on your travel itinerary for your next vacation. The reason for that, as you well know, is the ongoing conflict there. But people do travel there for sightseeing, despite government warnings, and some of those people report having a great time with very friendly hosts. Can you bypass the conflict, the war zones, and have a wonderful pain-free trip to Syria? That's what we'll find out today, in this episode of the Infographic Show, Is It Safe to Live in Syria? Okay, so first of all, you need to know that prior to the Syrian civil war that started in 2011, the country was quite a bustling tourist hub. It is home to some of the oldest cities in the world, in Damascus and Aleppo, that are said to have been inhabited for many thousands of years. Indeed, it's reported that 8.5 million tourists visited Syria in 2010, and then came the conflict. Within a couple of years, hundreds of tourist sites had been damaged, and not surprisingly, tourism didn't just go down, but was reduced by about 98%. In its tourist heyday, most people didn't worry about their safety on their Syrian holiday, but that's all changed now. If you check out the website Numbeo, which gathers feedback from people who have visited certain countries, Syria doesn't score very well on the safety scale. In fact, the crime rate in all categories, theft, violent crime, etc., is given a high rating. It received one moderate rating for people using or dealing drugs. We must add here that there were only 79 contributors to the survey, a reflection of Syria's few foreign visitors. You won't be too surprised that Western governments don't exactly promote Syria as a tourist destination. The US Department of State tells its citizens in no uncertain terms not to travel to Syria under any circumstances. This is the first sentence of the first paragraph on its website addressing visiting Syria. No part of Syria is safe from violence. Kidnappings, the use of chemical warfare, shelling, and aerial bombardment have significantly raised the risk of death or serious injury. The British Foreign and Commonwealth Office tells almost exactly the same story, which again isn't surprising given the US and the UK are so devoutly politically aligned. It talks about attacks that could virtually happen in any part of the country and states in which Westerners, including British people, have been kidnapped. Do not go, says the FCO, and then adds that if you really must ignore this advice, you should get travel and medical insurance. That almost sounds like typical wry British humor. The Australian government says the same. Do not go. and adds that if things do take a turn for the worse, we cannot evacuate you. But you get the picture, all Western governments are against their citizens visiting this once wonderful part of the world. As you know, these warnings are because of the war. They are not because the average Syrian is a gun-toting hothead that likes nothing more than taking out a God-fearing American family from a small town in Arkansas. Data from 2016 shows that Syria had the highest murder rate in the world with a total of 60,000 intentional homicides. Mexico was actually second that year with 23,000, higher than countries currently experiencing internal conflicts. The Armed Conflict Survey 2017 tells us that Iraq had around 17,000 murders and Afghanistan around 16,000. So yes, Syria was really high. But then if you look at world homicide reports from the years prior to the conflict, Syria has very few murders. In 2010, the total was 463, while in 2004, it was half that. Many of those murders were apparently domestic disputes that got out of hand. Prior to the current conflict, when Syria was painted as a very tourist-friendly destination, it was still well known that extremists posed a danger to the region. As for regular crime, the site states, Syria enjoys a relatively low crime rate due to strong cultural mores against property crime and to the pervasive police and security presence throughout the country. The few incidences that did occur over the years leading up to 2010 were almost all related to Western women being harassed or assaulted by Syrian men. This is not uncommon in any country that may have what some people perceive as oppressive strictures on women and their sexuality. Often, if Western women show too much of their body, according to cultural propriety anyway, some men may see this as being overtly daring or rude or suggestive. So when we talk about safety, on top of conflict, women should be aware that there may be some danger in walking down the street dressed in a skimpy tank top and those jean shorts where the pockets hang out. In fact, you really shouldn't do that. Syria is not known as a progressive country in terms of gender equality. The Social Institution's Gender Index writes, Syrian women also face strong pressure to conform to prevailing social norms regarding acceptable female behavior in order to ensure that the family's honor is upheld. Okay, so we have an ongoing war, but regular crime is low except for some violence against women. As a tourist, however, it would be unlikely that you got involved in a domestic tangle. Syria has rebels, but it doesn't have the kind of criminal gangs that plague some cities in the USA or UK. If it weren't for the war, Syria would be very safe. But there is a war, and we can't ignore that. So, what about the people that still go there in spite of all the warnings? If you want to get to Syria, you should know a few things. Israelis are not allowed in, and you probably won't get in if you have an Israeli stamp in your passport. You will have to apply for a tourist visa if you want to stay a while, but if you cross over a land border, you can get 15 days. You'll have to check if you can cross at the border, as they have been closing down as of late. People from Malaysia, Turkey, and Iran don't need a visa at all. If you are American, you must apply at the Syrian embassy in Washington, but any other nationalities can apply anywhere in the world. If you want to fly into Syria, you have very few choices, as just about every country in the world no longer has flights into the country. We are told you can still fly directly into Syria from Iran and Algeria. Okay, so now that you know how to get there, what did others think who visited? Looking at the website Quora, when someone asked if Syria was safe, one response came from a Western traveler. He said, yes, it is really safe in terms of day-to-day living, but then again, one rocket could ruin your life. One student at Damascus University said this in 2018, dude, I've been here in Syria for the whole conflict from 2011 till today while I am typing this comment. So far, Latakia, Tartus, and the Syrian coast in general is normal life and there is no war at all. He said the beaches are packed, the restaurants are full, the snowy mountains are still beautiful. He believes it's safer than it was, and he thinks the conflict is coming to an end. In fact, the press had a field day in 2018 when Syria's ambassador to Spain, Milad Atieh, said the war was just about over and tourists should go to the country. Even before people started saying Syria was a bit safer, itinerant and perhaps daring bloggers traveled there anyway. One guy who calls himself the Unusual Traveler said he traveled along the world's most dangerous road in 2017, which was the Salamiyeh, Ithria, Qanasir road to Aleppo. He actually said ISIS had been on the road before he got there, but after arriving in Aleppo, he said despite the destruction he could see, he wandered around freely, was helped along by friendly people, and had a jolly good time. He wrote in conclusion, the daily life in Aleppo these days is very normal once again after the government regained control over the city. While walking around central Aleppo, you will wonder if there ever was a war happening here. A traveler in 2017 said he wanted to go there to see the sights and experience what he had heard were warm and friendly people. He entered the country through the Lebanese border and then had a 65-mile drive down the highway to reach Damascus. This part he said scared him, but it was okay in the end. He said while people treated him very well, and while his accommodations, the food, and the sights were all great, he did feel uncomfortable when he heard the sound of gunfire in the distance. There aren't too many bloggers writing about Syria recently, but before the conflict, there were plenty, and most visitors ultimately said something like this: "Despite what people may think, Syria actually turned out to be one of the safest countries I have ever been to." Okay, so this might be hard to conclude. How safe is Syria? Well, we think we know enough from what others have said to firmly state that the Syrian public, when you visit, will be friendly, and you should not face many dangers at all. The risk, of course, if you are coming from the border, is traveling down those dicey roads where ISIS might be hiding. Governments are still telling you not to go under any circumstances, but some of those that have gone have said it is very safe. As a traveler, you must stay within places where the government has full control, which seems just about everywhere right now. From what we can see, in terms of facing violence, getting robbed, or scammed, Syria would be safer than any of the countries we have featured thus far: Russia, Mexico, and China. Again, be aware of local customs and what you wear, lest you attract negative attention, but because there is still a small risk of you being blown up by a bomb or kidnapped when traveling in some parts of the country, we have no choice but to put Syria behind those other countries. Maybe this will change in the near future. Right now, our safety index goes like this: China, Russia, Mexico, and then Syria. Today's show is brought to you because one of our viewers came up with what we thought was an excellent idea. If we do our homework well, not only will this be a good way to learn about a country we might know little about, but perhaps bust some myths regarding stereotypes and give our viewers relevant and useful information about a place they may want to travel to someday. We picked Russia because this is the first example our viewer gave us, and it's certainly a place that is widely discussed and possibly even mischaracterized. Today we'll bring you all the latest statistics, see what the media is saying, and look at what Russians are saying on forums in this episode of the Infographic Show: Is it safe to live in Russia? So, what's the first thing we think about when we visit or go to live in a country regarding safety? It's usually crime, but as a tourist, it would be crimes against tourists. As a foreign face living there, you could be mistaken for a tourist. Some countries have a lot of organized crime, yet on the surface, things might seem pretty safe for a visitor. Okay, so first we looked at Numbeo, a site that publishes information on the perception of visitors in certain countries, in this case Russia. The level of crime overall was stated as moderate. It said safety when walking alone in the daylight was good, but only moderate at night. Just about all crime was said to be moderate except burglary was low, assaults because of ethnicity was low, and assault and robbery was low. However, the murder rate for 2015 was high by global standards at 11.31 per 100,000. That is higher than the USA. We looked at the Journal of Socialomics to try and understand this. Its main conclusion was this: alcohol is a major contributor to the homicide rate in the Russian Federation. Yes, as you may know from our other shows, Russians drink a lot, especially the men. You can try and find what governments are saying about travel to or living in Russia. The US Department of State said violent crime in Moscow is not uncommon, stating that visitors drinking alcohol are especially vulnerable to assault and robbery in or around nightclubs or bars or on their way home. It also mentioned pickpockets, smash and grab thefts, mostly happening in busy areas or on the metro. It listed some of the worst things to happen recently, which included a Japanese man being beaten to death, but other than that, it only mentioned Russian against Russian violent crime. That doesn't look too bad, and it seems rates of assaults have seen a dramatic reduction in the last decade. The British FCO reports that the majority of Russia, from the western fringes of Europe to the far eastern shores, is safe. It advises against traveling to Chechnya, Ingushetia, and Dagestan, and the districts of Budyanovsky, Levakomsky, Nefetkomsky, Stepnovsky, and Kursky in Stavropol Krai. It said of the 150,000 British tourists that visit Russia, their visit is mostly trouble-free. Again, it said most crime is petty street crime, or even online dating scams or the spiking of drinks. Use common sense, it says, and you should be okay. It added that people of varying ethnicities should not receive any negative attention, even though Russia has sometimes been maligned for racism. We then looked at Quora, where Russian nationals answered the question, how safe is Russia for foreign visitors? Dmitry Pavlov, a resident of St. Petersburg, said the same thing as the US and British governments: be aware of thieves and pickpockets. He said it is mostly safe for foreigners, but did add that people should probably stay away from some of the bad neighborhoods. He called these bedroom districts and listed some, but we all know in any city there are some dodgy looking places we should probably stay away from. Another man called Sergei Lowry said that in Moscow, in some areas, thugs might skulk around at night, so stay in well-lit places. As we found on other sites, he said police are everywhere in Moscow and they are usually helpful and speak some English. Most people said the same, with one Russian poster concluding, "If you take reasonable precautions, do not have unprotected sex, do not drink alcohol too much, do not be rude with strangers, and so on, you will be okay." Lastly, is it okay to be LGBTQ in Russia, given some horror stories we see on the news? According to websites dealing with the matter, you should be aware that homophobia is common, but nonetheless, you shouldn't have a hard time. Gay people writing on Quora about the issue, who had visited Russia, said they experienced no problems. One Russian said you are safe as long as you don't flaunt it, which is kinda stupid, but what are you gonna do? Some more statistics. As of 2018, Russia has 410 per 100,000 serving time behind bars in prison. The total number of people behind bars of any sort, even those awaiting trial, was a little over 602,000 out of 147 million people. We don't need to tell you that this is much less than those in prison in the US, but it's actually still very high in regard to the rest of the world. As for that other talked about matter of the moment, gun ownership, in 2016, the Moscow Times reported that about 9% of Russians own a firearm. In terms of the number of guns in a country, statistics tell us that Russia is not that gun obsessed. Another thing is how safe is it to drive. This can be an important matter. A good example is Thailand finding itself at the top of the most dangerous holiday destinations. While Thailand does have violent crime against tourists, and you don't want to go picking fights with the local tuk-tuk drivers, you'll find that most of the foreign deaths there, expat or tourist, are down to Thailand's incredibly dangerous roads. This is a major safety concern and visitors should be aware of it. So, what about Russia, the country where so many crazy crash videos come from? Well, the latest list we could find didn't put Russia in the top 25 dangerous places to drive a vehicle. Still, at 18.9 deaths per 100,000, it's in the fairly high category. Expatica tells you this about driving in the country. Russia has a poor road safety record, though driving in Russia has improved in recent years, with a 14% drop in accidents between 2010 and 2015, and an 11% fall in road deaths. It said roads can be bad, conditions can be difficult, and there are loads of traffic rules and driving customs you should read up on before getting into a car. It also said some Russian drivers will weave in and out, drive fast and carelessly, and ignore road rules. The article added that this happens less now as Russian cops are not so easy to bribe and are cracking down on these dangerous drivers. So, what else could be dangerous when visiting or moving to a new country? Food poisoning? Because you've got to eat, right? Well, any world traveler will know there are many countries where you can easily get a case of an exploding stomach. That's why we have terms such as Delhi belly and Montezuma's revenge, but Russia doesn't get on any lists for countries where that might happen. What about the animals? Because getting bitten by a spider or a snake or even a mosquito can end your life in some places. Well, if you are going to enter the Russian wilderness, then yes, there are some animals you might want to stay away from. We should add, your chances of going home in a coffin due to meeting one of these is very, very low. Watch out for the brown bear, Mishka, tigers, wolves, the common northern viper, or a little spider called the karakurt. On a more realistic note, you have no risk of getting malaria according to the NHS, and dengue isn't a problem. So, you are pretty much good to go in that regard. All in all, crime in Russia shouldn't make it to you unless you are just plain unlucky, particularly if you don't go getting really drunk and following a strange man down a dark alley on the promise of receiving illegal substances. Been there. Also, maybe don't drive if you haven't studied the road rules and don't join political protests.
The United States and Russia are two global powers with a complicated history. Given the immense size of the two nations, as well as their power and influence over the rest of the world, they maintain one of the most critical and strategic foreign relationships of any two countries on the entire planet. But how do their armies stack up against each other? Specifically, why don't we take what are widely considered to be their top-tier troops from both countries and examine the key differences in their training, tactics, weaponry, and specialties? For the United States, while some might argue the case for the U.S. Army Rangers or the 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, better known as Delta Force, it's perhaps more widely agreed that the best that America has to offer in terms of specialized fighters comes in the form of the United States' Navy SEALs. And in the other corner, Russia's most elite branch of its military would have to be none other than the infamous Spetsnaz. Now, it's important to note straight out of the gate, Spetsnaz as a term refers to a lot of different units within the Russian military. The word itself refers to units that are assembled by any special operations group of the Russian military to complete specific missions, whether that be their Navy, Army, Airborne Troop, or even the FSB, formerly known as the KGB. This means there is almost no such thing as a singular Spetsnaz unit. Furthermore, a Spetsnaz unit, assembled for a particular mission, might not consist entirely of active combatants. Some might have computer specialists or even rocket scientists working alongside or consulting directly with Special Operations troops. Members of both the SEALs and Spetsnaz groups are notoriously secretive since their existence and operations are considered matters of national security to the United States and the Russian Federation, respectively. It's largely due to leaks or carefully curated information intentionally released from within these governments that the public has had any knowledge of these two Special Forces units. Navy SEALs and Spetsnaz are famous, or infamous, depending on your perspective, for conducting high-profile missions, with SEAL Team 6 gaining widespread notoriety and media attention after their involvement in the assassination of al-Qaeda leader and 9/11 terrorist attack architect Osama bin Laden. Comparatively, the primary difference between certain United States Special Forces groups like Delta Force or the Navy SEALs and Russia's Spetsnaz is that those examples are permanent military units that exist even when not on active duty. Spetsnaz are formed as and when they are needed. So for the purposes of this video, we'll be comparing the Navy SEALs to various different Russian specialized military units that could all qualify as Spetsnaz, such as Alpha Group, Spetsnaz GRU, and Russia's Special Operations Force. So let's begin where anyone hoping to join either the Navy SEALs or a Russian Spetsnaz group would start out: training. In order to join the SEALs, there is the prerequisite that the potential recruit has to already be a part of the United States Navy. This means that they'll have already had to have completed their basic training to join the Navy. From there, entering into training to become a Navy SEAL is entirely voluntary, although it comes with a few other caveats. Volunteers must be between the ages of 18 and 29 years old. They must also be a United States citizen with a high school education or equivalent with a score of at least 220 on their Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, a multiple-choice test that determines whether someone is suitable for enlisting in the U.S. Armed Forces. SEAL candidates also need to be proficient in all aspects of the English language, with at least 20/70 vision, no history of drug usage, and they need to pass a physical screening test too, as well as having no prior criminal convictions. And that's just the requirements to become considered. Even ticking all those boxes doesn't guarantee someone will become a Navy SEAL. What are the requirements to enter training to join a Spetsnaz unit? Well, surprisingly, it can be hard to come across accurate information on that. For a while, the exact nature of Spetsnaz training was kept a closely guarded secret, even within Russia itself. The exact regime for new recruits was known only to those directly involved with the special operations, such as the GRU. No, not that guy from Despicable Me who stole the moon. These are the main intelligence directorate, the Russian Federation's foreign military intelligence agency, serving under the general staff of their armed forces. The GRU acronym was used in official capacity during the time of the Soviet Union. However, the modern iteration of the main intelligence directorate is still commonly colloquially known as the GRU. They're responsible for military intelligence operations and maintaining their own special forces units. So until the 1980s, the Soviet GRU would have been the only ones to know of the abilities required to join one of their Spetsnaz units. This secrecy led to a lot of unsubstantiated rumors about Spetsnaz groups until Mikhail Gorbachev, the president of the Soviet Union from 1990 to its dissolution in 1991, who'd also been effectively directing the country as leader of the Communist Party for 5 years before that, disclosed Russian state secrets in an act of good faith to ease international tensions with the US. After the policy of glasnost, meaning openness, stories of the achievements and abilities of Spetsnaz groups reached the Western world. According to books written by many former agents of agencies such as the GRU or KGB, the training of Spetsnaz recruits was designed to foster similar skills to those of Delta Force or the British Special Air Service. Anyone applying to join a Spetsnaz group didn't need any prior military training and didn't have a long checklist of requirements to start training, like the Navy SEALs. However, to train to join a Spetsnaz group, candidates did need to have completed at least the normal basic training before attempting to meet the harsh requirements of the Spetsnaz training regime. To become a fully fledged SEAL, volunteer recruits are expected to pass 2 months' worth of initial training to prepare them, including a series of intense and demanding physical and mental screening tests. They will also have to undergo a rigorous basic underwater demolition/SEAL or BUDS training program that can last 6 months. It's said to be one of, if not the toughest of the programs within the US military. Enduring a constant barrage of mental and physical conditioning, prospective SEALs are taught several specialized skills necessary for the type of operations they'll be undertaking should they successfully complete their training. These skills include basic water competency in swimming, underwater combat, weapons and demolitions training, and navigational skills on dry land. The BUDS program also includes the infamous Hell Week, a 5-day stretch wherein each candidate for the Navy SEALs is subjected to extreme physical exertion at an almost constant rate. Around the clock, recruits are in an almost constant motion, only permitted around 4 hours of sleep in the entire week. That's not 4 hours per night, it's 4 or 5 hours over 5 whole days, while the rest of the time they are either running, swimming, paddling, carrying boats on their heads, doing sit-ups, push-ups, rolling in the sand, trudging through mud, or paddling aboard boats. If that sounds like a lot to go through, it is, proven by the fact that only a quarter of every class of Navy SEAL candidates will successfully complete their BUDS training. Even then, it's still not over. Recruits for the SEALs are then further trained in tactics focused on working as a part of a small unit, parachuting, and operating in icy weather conditions. Making it through all that earns the recruit their trident, the official symbol of the U.S. Navy SEALs. After that point, they're assigned to a team of 16 fellow SEALs, wherein they will undergo several more months of advanced training. And training to join a Spetsnaz group is hardly a picnic either. Russian Special Forces training is as infamously brutal as that of the SEALs, if not more so. With these Spetsnaz training regimes, it's all about escalation. The pressure placed on each potential Spetsnaz candidate is set to exponentially increase, and as it does, so does the pain involved. Each soldier undergoing this regime is pushed to their maximum threshold, not just for physical pain, but mental and emotional anguish as well. Once they reach the absolute limit of their tolerance for all of these, the goal of the training is to push them even further beyond that limit. The exact activities employed in the training can vary slightly, depending on which branch of the Russian military or which of the intelligence agencies is training recruits for potential deployment into a future Spetsnaz group. Remember, Spetsnaz are formed as they are needed, so completing training activities doesn't mean a candidate just slots into the roster of an existing unit. Some examples of known parts of the training regime are assault courses. If you've ever gone to an outdoorsy summer camp, not necessarily even a military-adjacent camp, then you might have even tried one for yourself. They can be challenging, but not impossible to complete, right? Now try to imagine doing an assault course while being shot at with real bullets, not blanks, not BBs or paint. Spetsnaz candidates are put through live fire assault courses as part of their training. To be fair, the U.S. Special Operation potentials often face similar challenges. Other physically demanding activities they're put through include martial arts instruction with the use of real blades. This has often led to many recruits suffering permanent injuries from just their training alone, ranging from minor non-fatal stab wounds to full-on flesh wounds. Now, skills in hand-to-hand combat aren't much use when your opponent is wielding a firearm, a knife, or even just has a blunt object like a simple rock within reach. But the idea behind Spetsnaz candidates training in hand-to-hand isn't so much for them to implement these skills in battle. It's done more so to instill a sense of physical and mental discipline so that when an enemy opens fire, these future Spetsnaz operatives can ignore the flight part of their natural fight-or-flight response and head toward danger instead of running away from it. Much like their Navy SEAL counterparts beyond general combat training, these Spetsnaz hopefuls are also taught specific skills to the types of missions they engage in. This means learning infiltration methods for covert operations where they might be required to go undercover, such as sabotage, assassinations, and reconnaissance missions. This includes learning foreign languages and receiving training in cultural acceptance to allow these candidates to better blend in with the public of whatever country they're conducting their operations in. They're also taught how to bypass locks and utilize silent kill techniques, as well as parachuting and survival training for long durations in harsh environments. One of the core differences between the Navy SEALs and the various Spetsnaz groups is their purposes, which is reflected in their training. While there is some overlap, the SEALs are primarily deployed on small unit special operations missions in various environments. Given that they're a naval unit, this includes missions that require amphibious warfare, which is fighting in or near bodies of water. However, they also engage in direct raids or assault missions on enemy targets, capturing or killing high-value individuals, and gathering intelligence behind enemy lines, among other tasks like sabotage and demolition. This can occur in not just waterfront locations, but also in jungle, urban, Arctic, mountainous, and desert environments. Meanwhile, the primary purpose of Spetsnaz teams is to directly or indirectly support other parts of the Russian military, either by assisting them in combat missions or conducting special operations. Their training prepares them for covert operations, which often call for close-quarters combat and more unconventional forms of warfare, whereas the various SEAL teams report to a Navy commander who oversees the rotation and operations of the currently active SEAL platoons. Spetsnaz units are subject to a different chain of command structure. Since Spetsnaz is a part of whatever military or intelligence group formed it, they operate under the command of that specific arm of the Russian armed forces. A common misconception about Navy SEALs and Spetsnaz operators is that they're intended to be able to do everything and anything. The same can be said of almost all special forces across the world. Some believe they're expected to be capable of any and all specialized skills, every conceivable combat style, and are masters of utilizing any firearm imaginable. But these soldiers aren't superhuman, nor are they the kind of action heroes you might expect to see in the John Wick movies. Special forces are about specialization, not about being more than human. Both individual SEALs and Spetsnaz will have their own tasks and unique skill sets. Individual team members may be designated as medics, marksmen, or any number of other roles. Working together, though, the team becomes an elite fighting unit. While SEALs are generally trained to have broader capabilities ranging from reconnaissance to direct action and counterterrorism, Spetsnaz units are typically tailored for specific tasks and made up of personnel with that specific training. There are also various Spetsnaz groups specializing in missions on the front lines. Normally, they're tasked with destroying enemy strongholds and utilized in larger numbers as assault infantry. According to interviews with ex-Spetsnaz commandos, one of their tactics is to send a detached force to carry out an initial strike from the flank. These troops will deliver a quick blow, then move out, either on foot or by vehicle. The operational philosophy for Spetsnaz is always the same: get in and then get out as quickly as possible. Inversely, the Navy SEALs aren't a unit designed to partake in frontline combat. That's often reserved for larger conventional forces such as the infantry divisions of the U.S. Army. Special forces like the SEALs shouldn't be anywhere near the front lines during combat. Their role is to conduct operations behind enemy lines. In some cases where such forces exist, they will assist in training local militants to fight against an enemy, occasionally leading them in smaller assaults, but never fighting head-on with the conventional military. The Navy SEALs are highly effective in reconnaissance operations on a battlefield and other methods of preparing infantry for entering that space. Their other typical small unit missions are counterterrorism operations, which consist of actioning strategies to defeat potential terroristic threats. This is another way in which the SEALs and Spetsnaz groups are similar, as they exist to accomplish a lot of the same goals as each other on behalf of their countries. It's more so the specific ways they function that tend to differ, and the specific ways they conduct their operations. Another similarity that's also a difference is how these two forces are armed. Both of them are provided with some of the most impressive and deadly weaponry available to them, but it's their specific choices of arsenal that are different. When it comes to outfitting special forces, their gear is all specially selected depending on the tactics required for an operation. Factors like whether or not a weapon needs to be silent, if an enemy target will be far away or in close quarters, and whether a mission is taking place during the day or night, to name a few. It's no secret that both the Navy SEALs and the Spetsnaz have first pick of some of the best weapons and equipment that the US and Russian military have to offer. Starting with the Spetsnaz groups, it's long been rumored that they've trained with and utilized a piece of equipment known as a ballistic knife, which could fire its blade directly into an enemy's chest. This has since been revealed to be propaganda on the part of the United States, intended to add to the Red Scare and fuel the American public's fear toward Russia. However, that propaganda might have inspired some various Spetsnaz units, as since 1986 some have been issued an NRS-2 survival knife, which can not only cut through wire but can reportedly fire a 7.62mm pistol round up to 25 meters. Other notable Spetsnaz group weapons include the Dragunov sniper rifle and SV-98 bolt-action rifle. Snipers in Spetsnaz units are highly trained and lethal at long distances, many often using modernized SVDS rifles with folding stocks, or the latter bolt-action rifle, which is typically used with a mounted variable magnification scope, giving a range of 1,000 meters. While it can also be fitted with a sound suppressor for stealthier operations, this can severely limit the weapon's mobility. This is why the VSS Vintorez sniper rifle, a silent assault rifle, is a Spetsnaz favorite, especially during missions that require a great deal of stealth. Despite being initially developed in the 80s, this weapon still sees widespread use today among Spetsnaz operators. Additional weapons in the Spetsnaz arsenal are the AS-Val assault carbine, a silent 9mm assault rifle capable of firing subsonic rounds. Yes, that means each bullet travels slower than the speed of sound, making it perfect for silent missions. There's the AK-74, a standard-issue weapon for Russian soldiers used by Spetsnaz and regular troops. This is one of the many modernized versions of the classic AK-47 that exist, and these are typically lighter and more accurate than the original. The other variations found in the hands of Spetsnaz units also include the AK-103, the AK-12, and AK-15 rifles. Navy SEALs have plenty of expensive toys of their own too, given that they have an extremely large military budget, which is also exclusively allocated to their unit. They have access to top-of-the-line gear. Much like the Spetsnaz's own arsenal, the types of weapons used by Navy SEALs will vary depending on the type of mission they're conducting. Among some of the more commonly used in the hands of Navy SEALs is the M4A1 carbine, a shorter version of the M16 assault rifle, capable of semi-automatic and automatic firing. Its numerous Picatinny rails on the receiver and the handguards allow for various scopes, sights, grips, or other attachments, including underbarrel grenade launchers, to be fitted to the M4A1, giving it a great deal of versatility. SEALs are also known to be fond of the MK-17 SCAR-H, chosen to eventually replace a number of existing weapons used by not only them but other United States Special Forces units too. This is because the MK-17 comes in 3 different variations: a standard version with a 16-inch barrel, then a shorter 13-inch and a longer 21-inch. These different barrels are designed in such a way that they can be easily switched out, meaning the MK-17 can be altered to suit a desired role, either as a sniper rifle, an assault rifle, or a close-quarters weapon. Then, of course, it would be remiss of us to not mention the pig. And no, that's not a literal pig the Navy SEALs bring into battle, although one of those feral hogs could probably do some damage. The pig is the nickname given to the M60 machine gun, a weapon first developed following the Second World War that first saw a lot of action in the Vietnam War. The M60 and its various updated versions have long been a favorite light machine gun of the US Navy SEALs, given that it could be accurately fired from the shoulder or mounted to gunner positions on vehicles. The SEALs have long favored the M60 since the Vietnam War, and although its use was phased out in favor of more modern weapons in other branches of the US military, the most updated version, the M60E4, was still suited to the missions the SEALs conduct. Since they're often sent on raids and operations wherein traveling light is essential, and the Navy SEALs are specialists in amphibious warfare, moving from water to land quickly, the M60E4 weighing less than some newer machine guns and operating reliably in salt water meant it saw continued use up to the modern day. Overall, in terms of armaments, the case is pretty much the same for both. Their firearms are subject to change depending on what the objectives and requirements of the particular mission are. Navy SEALs and Spetsnaz operators alike can use a wide array of assault rifles, submachine guns, light machine guns, sniper rifles, and pistols. While both the US Navy SEALs and various Russian Spetsnaz groups are both highly trained units, equipped with a wide range of weapons and skills that enable them to complete their operations, the primary focus and structure of both these Special Forces units are different. The Navy SEALs specialize in a variety of small unit operations, while the different Spetsnaz groups vary in their function depending on which branch of the Russian military organized them. But in terms of which of these groups would be able to take on the other in direct combat, well, it's hard to say with any degree of certainty. Neither one usually engages in pitched battles like regular infantry. Given the specific types of missions SEALs and Spetsnaz are trained for, both possess soldiers in near-peak physical condition and a skill level that would make them fairly evenly matched. After all, the United States and Russia spent a staggering amount of their already enormous military budgets to ensure these units receive the highest level of training possible. With the United States, generally speaking, considered to be the wealthier of the two countries, that might give the Navy SEALs a slight advantage in terms of the advanced weapons and the gear their troops would have access to. But given the similarities in skill sets and training received by them and the Russian Spetsnaz operatives, any slight differences in gear would almost be negated. Both have access to weaponry that's among the deadliest currently available. During a direct engagement, having something like an AK-74 or an AK-12 in your hands doesn't make you much more or less effective than someone wielding an M4A1 or an MK-17 SCAR-H. While it's true some firearms have advantages, like better accuracy or more stopping power, in the end, the efficiency and reliability of any weapon all comes down to the skills of the person using it, rather than its technical specifications. So, in a fight between the SEALs and Spetsnaz, that would likely be the determining factor, the skill of the individual soldiers. After all, different Spetsnaz units exist to serve different purposes. Even though they've trained to operate in a number of different environments and varying missions, the SEALs would very likely perform differently against every different Spetsnaz variation. Up against most of the Spetsnaz units formed internally within the Russian army, the Navy SEALs could have the upper hand, given their equipment and training differ from that of standard soldiers. But better equipped Spetsnaz operators like those working under the FSB or the GRU are some of the most ruthless and feared in the world, and they have the training and equipment to back up that reputation. However, given the performance of Russian special forces in Ukraine to date, there is serious questions about their basic competency and effectiveness. While you regularly hear about daring Ukrainian special forces raids, such as the one that destroyed an S-400 battery in Crimea and opened the skies up for devastating missile attacks in Sevastopol, no similar stories of Russian operations are making their way out of the country, even from pro-Russian sources. This likely means that even Russia's best aren't quite meeting the mark. When it comes down to it, there is at least one similarity that both share. Both the US Navy SEALs and the Spetsnaz are special forces comprised of some very dangerous individuals who have been trained to make the world a cleaner place, at least from the perspective of their respective countries. The earth shook violently from another impact of a Russian 152mm shell, causing dirt to fall over Stefan as he crouched in his small hole 1.5 meters below the top of the trench. He spit out sand and grime and tried to rub his eyes clean when a second impact knocked him around so hard he ended up on his side in the fetal position. That last impact couldn't have been more than a few millimeters off dead center of his position. He was annoyed more than scared. The first 10 times he'd come under Russian shelling since getting to the front, he'd been terrified. He froze the first time an enemy round landed just 100 meters from his position, after only having just arrived to the trench not 5 minutes prior. His sergeant had grabbed him by the neck and hurled him into the nearest hole before jumping in on top of him. Shrapnel fragments from the big 152mm shells could kill and wound well over 100 meters away from the impact. But as more shells fell into and around his trench line, he realized that the fire was unusually accurate today. Once again, Stefan felt more annoyed than afraid. Each impact directly on or next to the trench would mean more work to repair the fortifications he'd been holding for the last 3 months, and he and the boys had been forced to abandon a perfectly riveting game of Parcheesi on top of it. No doubt the board and pieces were nothing but kindling and trash by now. Another shell exploded close enough to hurl him up into the air and bump his head against the hard soil just inches above him. He was grateful for the German helmet he was wearing. That last one would have probably been a concussion otherwise. Stefan held his breath and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, get your asses out here! There were no more impacts, and Stefan felt a cold grip on his heart as he scrambled out of the hole, fishing his Cold War-era AK out behind him. As he pushed dirt out of the way to get out of his small shelter and into the main trench itself, he heard the voice from before yelling some more. "Machine guns! We need machine guns!" The voice was yelling in broken Russian, near enough to Ukrainian to be understood, but the accent was unmistakably American. He heard the familiar firing of the M4 rifle, a distinctive noise against the chorus of Cold War Soviet rifles that both sides primarily used. Clearing dirt out of his eyes, Stefan turned a bend in the trench and threw himself into a firing position just meters away from the American, already engaging oncoming Russians with slow, steady fire. "Orcs!" yelled the American. Soon the rest of the men had exited their hidey holes and taken positions along the wall. One of the heavy machine guns had been shredded in the bombardment, leaving it in a mess of tangled iron and steel. On the far end, though, a Cold War relic belched out large caliber rounds at a frightful rate. It was an old air defense cannon that had somehow found its way to Stefan's position. It swiveled low enough to get level, allowing the men to use it against attacking infantry and even vehicles. A Russian soldier tried to take cover behind a downed tree, but the cannon blasted it to pieces, leaving little behind of the soldier or the tree trunk. In the distance, but growing increasingly louder, was the sound of enemy vehicles approaching. Stefan wasn't experienced enough yet to identify each type of vehicle by sound, but his platoon leader was, and he heard the order for javelins over the tactical radio. The radios were, as the javelins, American-made and donated, and allowed the unit to rapidly respond to evolving threats. The Russians, meanwhile, were lucky to have a single radio man in the squad. They operated and fought like it was still November of 1939, and they paid the price for it. The American, Stefan constantly forgot his name, so he just took to calling him Levi after the Levi jeans brand, ducked under the cover of the trench and reappeared 30 seconds later, sliding a fresh javelin onto its launcher and propping the entire thing on the lip of the trench as he searched for targets. The javelins were available to the whole squad, but by default everyone let Levi handle the system. He was former US Army and had extensive experience with the system from his time in the Middle East. Plus, it just felt natural. Let the Americans use the fancy American tech. Stefan was afraid he'd mess something up, and he was all too aware how expensive the entire thing was and how vital to the war effort each one was. The man operating the javelin was at his most vulnerable as he searched for targets, forcing him to rest the entire heavy contraption on the lip of the trench and exposing a significant amount of himself and the weapon system to incoming fire. Stefan and the soldiers around him increased the volume of their own fire at the oncoming Russians, discouraging them from taking shots at Levi. The orcs barely knew their left from right, but all of them knew two things: what a javelin launcher and a HIMARS system look like. Stefan heard there were special bounties paid out to anyone who could destroy or capture either system. Friendly mortars started to rain down along the entire front, not particularly accurate, and in Stefan's mind making more a mess with his sightlines than anything else. At least the dust and dirt being kicked up would interfere with the Russians' ability to shoot straight as well. And then the terrifying thought that it would also provide cover for the advancing Russian vehicles struck him. However, the javelin targeting assembly was completely indifferent to the haze of dirt and smoke that littered the battlefield. It identified targets via their infrared signatures, similar to how radio astronomers penetrate clouds of cosmic dust with infrared telescopes. A moment later, there was the distinctive sound of the javelin being ejected from the launcher before its motor ignited a few meters away, safely out of the backblast range for friendly infantry. With a loud hiss, the big missile screamed up into the sky. Stefan was tempted to track it visually, but turned his attention back to the orcs still advancing through the mortar fire, now closing to within 100 meters. The friendly mortars couldn't output the same amount of firepower as the Russian barrage did, but managed to do some damage to the ranks of advancing orcs. Somewhere in the distance came a loud pop and then a small roar of an explosion. One Russian vehicle down, and already Levi was aiming at a fresh target, visible only to him and his infrared targeting system. A round impacted right in front of Stefan, throwing up dirt which bit into his face and stung with maddening fury. He winced, then forced the pain out of his mind as he set to the task of punishing the orc that had gotten so luckily close to blowing his head off. Somewhere down the line, another javelin launched into the air. Two more Russian vehicles somewhere past the wall of dirt and smoke ceased their forward advance. Their crews permanently retired from the Russian army. This seemed to have an effect on the rest of the attack. Stefan could hear the distinctive whine of engines kicked into high gear, only to recede into the distance. Nobody had told the grunts, though, who continued to charge forward and into the teeth of Ukrainian fire. Unsupported by armored vehicles, they were dispatched in short order. All in all, the battle lasted only 10 minutes, a fact Stefan took note from inside of his subterranean hidey hole as he was once more being thrown around by Russian shells. He'd gotten used to the routine by now. Immediately after it became obvious an assault had failed, the Russians struck out with revenge fire. The time between realization an assault had failed and the revenge fire differed on whether or not anyone with a radio had survived. More often than not, they didn't, giving Stefan and company plenty of time to get back to their hidey holes. Just like the preparatory bombardment, it was never close enough to infantry action to do much but annoy the Ukrainian defenders. The only casualties the Russians might have scored would be the American who refused to take cover in a hidey hole like the rest of them. Instead, he dug a shallow depression for himself from which he watched the front to make sure the Russians didn't pull a fast one on them. It was suicidal, but from the little Stefan had gotten to know that old veteran, it might have been intentional. The Parcheesi board was ruined. Orc bastards. At least he'd been able to salvage a few of the pieces. Stefan sighed. He'd seen men die and be dismembered over the last 16 months of war, but what really bothered him now was the boredom of the trenches, the interminable, insufferable, never-ending boredom, only briefly broken up by short stretches of adrenaline-fueled dives into their holes and then fending off Russian attackers after. But those were infrequent along this part of the northern front. Here, Ukraine had delivered a blistering counterattack. Wisely, those in charge had called for a halt before completely expending their men, and they'd immediately dug in. The Russians did the same on their side of no man's land. But unlike the Ukrainians, they'd spent the entire winter and most of spring sending wave after wave of suicide attacks against the defenses. Bakhmut wasn't too far south of here, so he figured the Russians hoped they could punch through less defended northern areas and hook up south to sweep the Bakhmut forces, giving them all hell from behind. Ukraine had technically lost the city, but even now, as part of the new offensive, the UAF was making significant gains on the outskirts, without falling into the same death trap the Russians had before them by trying to fight in the city itself. Without the Parcheesi board, he'd have to wait until the Romanian volunteer who delivered their supplies returned in a few days and hope he'd snagged something somewhere. Most of them had phones with him, but one never knew when you'd get a chance to return to the rear areas and have access to a charger, so they were used only in emergencies or for infrequent calls to family and friends. They were under strict orders to never make these calls from inside their trenches or near any sensitive equipment or positions. The Russians could triangulate their signals and deliver semi-precision fire. Also, unless they were well in the rear, they had to keep their calls under a minute, just a quick check-in. Stefan heard that the boys further south had their phones taken from them for operational security. He was glad his part of the front was pretty static, mostly because it'd be suicide to try to attack through a half-kilometer of landmines that both sides had put between them during the winter months. The defenders relaxed now that the fighting was done. The orcs were unlikely to try to attack again. They never managed to launch 2 offensives back-to-back. They were too disorganized for that. The javelin launchers had sent their armor back to lick their wounds an hour ago, and they'd used their second-to-last missile to blow up an engineering vehicle that had tried to move in and recover one of the disabled tanks. After that, the Russians didn't send any more, fearful of the javelin's extremely long range and equally terrifying precision. Good thing they didn't know that they were down to a single missile until resupply, if the Americans had sent more. He, like most of the platoon, had mixed feelings about their American volunteer, Levi. He was older, in his early 40s, but extremely fit. It was obvious he'd led a life of service. He said he'd retired after 20 years in, spending a significant amount of that time in Iraq and Afghanistan, with some service in North Africa that he wouldn't talk about. He was the only black member of the platoon, and the only black volunteer Stefan had seen, though he knew there were plenty, especially black American volunteers. He'd heard there was a black former U.S. Navy SEAL who'd been fighting at the start of the war, but he lost track of that story. Ukraine was a complicated place. He knew some of the black civilians had been mistreated when trying to board buses and trains for refugees. The nation was trying to westernize and modernize its political system, military, and cultural attitude in the midst of a war for its very survival. Hard enough to do in peacetime. But if anybody was bothered by Levi's skin color, nobody had ever made a comment on it. What annoyed some was the fact that he was American. Not that they weren't grateful for him in his country, but, well, Yevon, one of the burly heavy machine gunners that operated the big 1950s anti-air cannon, had put it best. Why leave your beautiful life to come be in the shit here? Yevon had yelled at the American until he was red in the face, speaking Russian because Levi only knew broken Russian, not Ukrainian. Levi just shrugged, then apologized, then went about his business digging out the fetid, swampy mud that pooled at the bottom of the trench and threatened to suck your boots right off your feet. Truth was, Stefan was a little mad too. His hometown had been obliterated by the Russians early in the war. Why would this American leave his safe, comfortable home behind to come to this shithole? Stefan would have loved to trade places. But Levi proved himself no war tourist. There was something dark about the man, about the fanaticism with which he fought. It wasn't battle lust. Stefan had seen that too. It was almost like he was chasing his own death. He shrugged as he went back to looking for more of the Parcheesi pieces. Levi was already familiar with a lot of the equipment they were getting from NATO, and that had been invaluable on its own. He hoped the man wouldn't fulfill his own death wish anytime soon. A loud shriek, growing in intensity, filled the air, terminating with a very loud blast, the entire affair lasting barely more than a second. Mud, dirt, and rocks flew everywhere, and somewhere several men screamed. Acting on instinct, Stefan dove onto the muddy floor of the trench, pulling his helmet tight over his head. Other men were already there, everyone squirming and crawling past or over each other to try to get to the nearest hidey hole. More rounds, this time with terrifying precision. Stefan was picked up high enough by one of the explosions that he briefly cleared the trench. He saw deep gashes open up in the dirt walls from the high-velocity shrapnel tearing the earth. The screaming he'd heard earlier suddenly died off. Then there was another impact, and Stefan couldn't hear anything anymore. Only he didn't realize that fact. He was too busy scrambling into a hole, digging himself deep into the earth. Outside, someone was screaming about a drone. So that's what it was. Bastard orcs had put a drone in the sky and used it to target their artillery. Another impact and part of the opening to his hole collapsed, forcing Stefan to dig the dirt out. Last thing he needed was to get buried under a meter of earth. The shelling was much more frequent now, and that could only mean one thing: the orcs were preparing to attack. Stefan's suspicions were reinforced when he heard the distant sound of armored vehicles, this time from behind his position. To keep them out of range of the Russian guns, the Ukrainians had held their vehicles far back in reserve, ready to quickly respond if needed. This meant the front was often left unsupported by armor for long stretches of time, and why the Americans and European anti-tank missiles were so critical. They were practically living in their holes now, making an already miserable life even more miserable. On the third day of the shelling campaign, they got unexpected reinforcements. 2 soldiers came running and ducking up the rear approach to the trenches, sticking to what little cover remained as much as they could, and eyes ever upward scanning for enemy drones. When they finally got to the trench, they unloaded their overstuffed backpacks. Stefan was hoping for supplies, maybe something sweet or some other kind of treat, but what they brought was even better: drones. The 2 soldiers, no, kids, Stefan told himself, couldn't have been more than 20, and he'd been shocked to learn that they were actually of legal age to join the military. 2 years ago, they were probably sitting at home playing video games with strangers all over the world, and now they were drone warfare experts with piloting skills to match. One of the 2, Hirohei, showed off a custom drone he had nicknamed the Falcon. It was small, incredibly speedy, but far too light to carry much of a payload. That's because it didn't need to. A few hours after arriving, Stefan got to see the Falcon in action as it whizzed up into the sky in pursuit of a Russian drone. The orc drone never saw it coming, and the small drone with a reinforced body and blades protected by plastic cages smashed into the larger drone at high speed, knocking it over and sending it tumbling to the ground. Hirohei grinned from ear to ear. It was an impressive feat of piloting skill. The other kid, Yochim, looked like he was probably from the Russian Far East originally, and proved a crack pilot as well. He sent his drone off loaded with 2 grenades that he could drop from a great height onto an unsuspecting enemy position. Officially, his job was to scout the Russian lines, but he never failed to drop his deadly cargo right on the head of an unsuspecting orc, sometimes literally. Stefan thought he'd get some kind of joy out of watching the Russian soldiers writhe about on the ground, peppered with shrapnel and slowly bleeding out, but he didn't. Not that there was any good way to die, but this seemed dreadful. He'd watch in high definition as men bled and died out just meters away from their comrades, who were too afraid of the drone coming for them to run over and help him. Once someone did, Yochim dropped a grenade on him too. From then on, nobody came to the aid of the wounded. It was a strange war, both sides shelling each other sporadically, the Russians far more frequently than the Ukrainians due to their superior stockpiles, while launching drones armed with small grenades at each other. 21st century industrialized warfare had turned into some dystopian retro-futuristic version of World War I trench warfare. Men feared the drones more than artillery. At least you had a second or 2 warning before the first shell hit, but the drones flew so high up and were so small they were practically invisible. Yevon was complaining about the food running low, the big bear of a man easily eating half as much more as everyone else. He wasn't wrong. Their resupply hadn't shown up when he was supposed to, though they were reassured via radio it was coming. For now, they cut back to 1.5 of the American MREs a day just in case. The food was surprisingly good and packed with calories. Stefan had actually gained weight at the front. He especially liked the little water-activated heating pouches that came with the meals, so everyone could enjoy hot food without any kitchen support. He toured a Russian trench taken a few months ago in heavy fighting and found their food stocks nearly all expired and absolutely disgusting. The only thing that seemed like it was still edible was the tinned fish. Even the bread had turned hard as a rock in its plastic wrap. The date of manufacture on one of the boxes read 1994. There was no expiration date. Somehow that didn't surprise Stefan. Of all the aid the West gave them, he was most grateful for the javelins from the Americans and the French, and the German field meal kits, in that order. On the 6th day of the Russian shelling, though, the unit was introduced to another piece of Western aid. The hammering they were receiving was getting increasingly worse day by day, meaning the Russians were definitely planning a big move. Instead of dread, Stefan felt relief. At least when the attack started, the damn shelling would finally stop. A few of the guys had been exhibiting shell shock, but there was simply nowhere to send them. They'd be society's problem when the war was over, ruined by serious PTSD, but right now, they were needed here at the front. Besides, there was just no way to get them to safety right now. Amidst the latest barrage, a strange rapid-fire series of roars grew in intensity from behind Stefan's position. From his hidey hole, he could see just enough of the sky to witness several very fast-moving shapes, leaving smoke trails behind them. Not even a minute later, the shelling abruptly stopped. Curious, Stefan and the rest of his platoon began to stick their heads out. He spotted Levi grinning ear to ear and looking toward the rear. On cue, another round of shrieks and more fast-moving dark shapes leapt into the sky, leaving behind dark smoke that quickly dispersed as the rocket engines burned cleaner higher in the atmosphere. Stefan lost track of the shapes in the sky, but about 45 seconds later he could hear the dull thumps of high explosives going off. The platoon cheered from the muddy trench, then ducked by instinct as they heard the sound of Russian guns firing off, realizing they were firing over them. The rounds impacted somewhere far to the rear, well out of sight, but from a completely different direction came a response volley of more high-speed precision rockets. The guns that had opened up in retaliation to the first Ukrainian counterattack went silent. Ukrainian artillerymen had set a trap for the Russians, using swift and agile HIMARS launchers and counter-battery radar to destroy Russian artillery hammering their trench. By the time the Russians responded with their own counter-battery, the HIMARS trucks were already gone. That's when a second HIMARS unit opened up on the second set of Russian artillery, destroying them too. Artillery was Russia's sole remaining advantage, and nobody was happier than Stefan and his crew that Ukraine was finally wiping it off the battlefield. The Russians only fired sporadically now, too afraid to conduct prolonged bombardments for fear of drawing precision counter-battery fire on their own heads. This gave the Ukrainian front some serious breathing room, and the expected Russian attack never materialized. Yuhim and Hiroi confirmed that there were less soldiers on the Russian side than before. Stefan sensed an opportunity. So did his higher-ups. When combat engineers arrived, he knew life was about to get a lot more interesting and dangerous. The infantry resented anyone who had the luxury of not living in an insect-infested or mud-drenched hole for most of the war, and this included all the armor guys, the artillerymen, and the drivers who ran supplies back and forth for them. They were often subjected to significant abuse, in a mostly good-natured way, whenever they found themselves sharing a trench, but nobody razzed the engineers, because there was not a single infantryman who'd trade for their job. With Russia creating hundreds of square miles of dense minefields, often directly supported by artillery, the job of clearing safe lanes of attack fell on the combat engineers. Even with the big, tough engineering vehicles America had supplied them, the job often fell to men on foot with regular old mine-sweeping equipment, who'd usually complete their missions while under enemy fire. When a detachment of engineers joined them in the trench, Stefan knew soon it'd be him crossing no man's land to assault the Russian trenches, but it would be the engineers going first. Ukraine is winning the war, and no amount of copium from Russian bots or propagandists is going to change that. However, they're not winning quite as well as they'd like to, or as some have come to expect after the stunning fall counteroffensive of 2022. Why is that? First, we'd like to address a common complaint from supporters of Ukraine who say that the offensive is, quote, going too slow. We're sure you've heard similar statements online. Next time someone says something like this, remind them that real people are fighting and dying for every foot of liberated soil. So if the war is moving too slowly for their tastes, they're always welcome to join Ukraine's Foreign Volunteer Corps and help the war move along a little bit faster. The foundations for the ongoing Ukrainian offensive were laid down during the winter of 2022, going into 2023. Russia attempted to seize the initiative back from Ukraine after a humiliating defeat during the fall Ukrainian counteroffensive. Only Russia's own counteroffensive never really materialized, with Russian forces' greatest victory being the completely symbolic taking of Bakhmut, and at a staggering cost estimated to be at over 50,000 casualties both in the city and around it. The city was and remains completely strategically useless for Russia, other than the propaganda value that was placed upon it by Russia's suicidal efforts to capture it. Though one could now make the argument that Bakhmut now has the largest reserve of sunflower fertilizer in the world in the wake of the bloody winter fighting to take it. Russian troops faced significant difficulties attempting to attack during the winter. First was an obvious lack of preparation for such an offensive. Russian troops are well documented to be critically short on winter supplies, like warm clothing, gloves, and hats. Numerous videos of infamous drone grenade drops on Russian troops inside foxholes or trenches revealed what was strongly suspected to be signs of hypothermia amongst Russian troops. Even after being blasted by shrapnel from an anti-personnel grenade, Russian soldiers were seen to move lethargically, sometimes not even at all, with some possibly already dead from the cold or at least close to it. Russia's lack of experienced troops also significantly affected its ability to maneuver on prepared Ukrainian positions. offense is hell for a well-trained army even in the best of circumstances. Famously, U.S. forces in Desert Storm had prepared massive morgues for the thousands of expected casualties from attacking Iraqi positions. Russia's over-reliance on fresh conscripts made offensive operations even more difficult. A combined arms assault with trained troops is hard enough, and impossible with inexperienced combat personnel. Once more, Russia was forced to rely on human wave attacks, though to its credit, if such a thing is worthy of merit, Russia quickly learned to utilize expendable conscripts or convicts to rush Ukrainian positions and prepare them for more experienced troops to assault or artillery to barrage. Nobody truly knows how many convicts Russia sacrificed during its winter operations, but what is known is that shockingly few have come forward with proof of having been released after the service contracts were up in the springtime. Further damaging Russia's offensive efforts was a critical lack of armored vehicles. Russia's armored losses were already staggering and completely unsustainable before the winter. Even when they were available, they were employed poorly or in unsuitable environments. For instance, in the town of Volodar, Russia lost at least 25 main battle tanks attempting to break Ukrainian defenses, with Ukraine using artillery-delivered mines to confuse and harass the attacking Russian forces. A catastrophic lack of communication between the three groups attempting to take the town, Wagner, the Russian military, and Patriot PMC, fueled the strategic boondoggle that saw as many as 120 armored vehicles lost in the failed Battle of Volodar. In Bakhmut and other urban environments, Russian vehicles became easy prey for Ukrainian defenders utilizing dense urban terrain to launch anti-tank missile ambushes. As the winter dragged on, though, it was clear Russia was reserving a significant force of armored vehicles for one specific reason: Ukraine's loudly telegraphed spring counterattack. With a winter offensive clearly floundering, now disgraced Russian General Sergei Surovikin had concentrated his efforts in about the only thing Russia's done right the entire war: building defenses. In some places, Russia had as much as a year to prepare for a Ukrainian attack. But with winter freezing large-scale operations on both sides, Ukraine couldn't do much but sit and watch as Russian troops constructed the largest defensive fortification since World War II. And this is the part that anyone criticizing the Ukrainian offensive needs to keep in mind. Russia knew a Ukrainian offensive would come as soon as the weather permitted. This is partly due to their own failures to significantly stress the Ukrainian military and the telegraphed nature of the offensive. Ukraine wasn't being coy about its intentions to smash Russian lines, simply about exactly when it would do so. A steady flow of Western supplies also hinted at Ukraine's next move: armored vehicles, counter-battery radar, and engineering vehicles, the types of tools Ukraine would need to conduct offensive operations. To prepare, Russia constructed formidable defenses. It laid out thousands of square miles of dense minefields, with trench networks consisting of multiple fallback trenches for retreating defenders to lure attackers ever deeper into pre-prepared kill zones. Russia leveraged its greatest strength and prepared hordes of artillery to repel attackers. It even committed to utilizing its dwindling attack helicopter fleet to the task of defending the front line, despite significant losses that would ensue, making Russian helicopter aviation an endangered species. Some of Russia's best-trained troops would be held in mobile reserve and be given a specific job. These mobile defenders would be immediately rushed to wherever Western tanks and infantry fighting vehicles were spotted. The concern was twofold. One, Western vehicles are a legitimate and significant threat to Russian forces given their much more advanced capabilities. Second, Russia hoped to score propaganda victories that would sway the Western public into not sending more. If they could flood social media with videos and photos of destroyed Leopards and Bradleys, it might convince people that Ukraine was doomed to lose, and sending Western kit was a waste of money. Truthfully, losses of Western equipment have been significant, and while the total numbers have been kept secret, we know that approximately half of the US Bradleys sent to Ukraine have been either destroyed or disabled. The story that's not being told, however, is that not only is Russia losing about 3 times the number Ukraine is on the defensive, but that most of the Ukrainian crews inside Western vehicles are surviving the destruction. Russian crews are not. This means experienced Ukrainian soldiers are going on to crew other vehicles, while Russia is relying on increasingly green troops. The infamous death spiral often talked about when discussing the logistics of war. The goals of Ukrainian offensive have been clear since plans for a spring push were announced. Ukraine's ambitions are not secret, and neither is the route it would have to take to get there. If Ukraine wants to defeat Russia and push it out of its territory, then it needs to accomplish 2 specific objectives. sever the Kerch Bridge supply route into Crimea, and sever overland supply routes into occupied southeastern Ukraine. Destroying the Kerch Bridge would not just be a propaganda victory for Ukraine, but significantly reduce the effectiveness of Russian forces in the occupied peninsula. As it stands, Russians in Crimea rely on the bridge for most of their resupply, which is why Ukraine has attacked it multiple times with drones, causing only temporary shutdowns due to the resiliency of the structure. With dense air defenses on both sides of the bridge, Ukraine's best shot at destroying it was to attack it with sea drones, which lack the ability to deliver the type of firepower needed to topple such a large structure. Russia can also resupply Crimea over occupied territory in southeastern Ukraine, however, moving overland by truck and rail across eastern Ukraine along the Sea of Azov. This is a much longer and less efficient route, and if presented with sustained combat operations, this route alone would not be enough to resupply Russian forces on the peninsula itself. Throwing Russia out of Crimea is not just about retaking Ukraine's stolen Black Sea jewel, it's also about significantly eliminating one of Russia's advantages in the war. Crimea is basically an unsinkable aircraft carrier for Russia, allowing it to stage its air forces safely away from the fighting, though as we have increasingly seen, not out of reach of Ukrainian saboteurs and special forces. From the port of Sevastopol, though, Russia can safely fire long-range ballistic missiles at the Ukrainian cities. The Russian Navy is basically useless at this point, except for one thing: a platform from which to launch large volleys of missiles. Russian ships are too afraid to leave port, so they've become floating missile launch platforms instead. Eliminating their safe anchorage in Crimea would significantly ease pressure on Ukrainian military and civilian targets from ongoing missile blitzes. Ukraine's second goal of severing the supply routes into southeastern occupied Ukraine, however, isn't just about liberating Crimea. It's also about neutering Russia's ability to fight in the entire region. A quick glance at a map of eastern Ukraine shows that everything south of Mariupol relies completely on overland supply routes. The Russian Navy simply lacks the ability to create significant logistic supply routes across the Sea of Azov. Thus, Mariupol and Melitopol become obvious targets for Ukraine's offensive, and indeed we've seen penetration of Russian defenses in the direction of both strategically significant cities, although not significant enough to be a real threat. As this video is being made, Ukraine has penetrated the first few lines of defense north of Tokmak, and there could be an opportunity for a breakthrough, allowing the Ukrainians to sweep around and smash Russian defenders from behind. But a glance of a map of known Russian defenses shows just how extremely well protected both axes of attack are. The fact of the matter is that while Russia has proven to be utterly incompetent in this war, even a first-year military academy cadet could see that any Ukrainian offensive would be aimed directly at one or both of these two cities. Russia has prepared accordingly, with miles of minefields, trenches, anti-tank ditches, and prepared artillery positions. And this is why Ukraine's current offensive isn't nearly as successful as the fall 2022 offensive, even as it's being extremely successful in other very important areas. When Ukraine launched its fall 2022 counterattack, it was a masterstroke of military planning and deception. Details remain secret and the full picture won't be known until after the war, but what we do currently know is that Ukraine began planning to strike back at Russian forces as early as the summer of 22. Their original counterattack plans were reviewed by their American allies, who, drawing on their experience, helped rewrite them. A significant effort was made to deceive the Russians as to the axis of the offensive, capitalizing off Russia's very weak ISR capabilities, or intelligence, surveillance, and recon. The entire world was fooled into thinking Ukraine would be aiming to retake Kherson in southern Ukraine, a strategically important crossing of the Dnipro River and a potential gateway to Crimea. Like Hitler in World War II prior to D-Day, Russia took the bait and moved a large amount of combat power from the north of the occupied territories to reinforce the Kherson axis. The initial blow did come on the Kherson front as Ukrainian troops ran into stiff opposition. What Russia and the world never saw coming was the left hook that Ukraine suddenly threw in the north, a truly magnificent display of military logistics that saw Ukraine deceive Russia to the movement of hundreds of vehicles and thousands of troops. Russia was caught completely unprepared, and Ukrainian units exploited weak defensive lines to penetrate Russian formations, sweep around behind them, and then overrun. Famously, Russia's best armored formation, the vaunted 1st Guards tank army, designed to take on NATO's best, was forced to retreat under heavy losses. requiring the unit to be reconstituted with a large number of conscripts and recruits. This is where the past and current offensive differ in two key areas, and why the current offensive is significantly less successful at retaking territory than the prior. In the fall of 2022, Russia was deceived to where Ukraine would attack, and it was caught with its pants down in the Kharkiv region. There were no vast minefields or defensive works to penetrate, and the battles there resembled the type of maneuver warfare that the West is more accustomed to from the conflicts such as Desert Storm. Here, Western-trained Ukrainian troops outperformed their poorly trained Russian counterparts. The element of surprise was also significant for Ukrainian victory. The Kherson deception had pulled large amounts of combat power out of the north, clearing the way for Ukrainian forces there. Ukrainian troops on the Kherson attack did face significant losses and heavy resistance, paying for the success in the north with their blood. In today's offensive, surprise was impossible. Russia did not get any better at intelligence, surveillance, and recon. Arguably, it got even worse due to combat attrition. But as mentioned before, it doesn't take a Napoleon to figure out where Ukraine needs to strike if it hopes to win the war. Despite all this, Ukraine is achieving an altogether different victory, and it's all due to a shift in goals and tactics. Initially, Ukraine launched a large-scale campaign of probing attacks, refusing to commit significant power to any one axis. While Russia had expected Ukraine to concentrate its forces, and especially its Western equipment, into one or two spearheads, instead Ukraine made the surprising move of dispersing its armor across a wider front. Attacks on Russian defenses were made by groups led by 2 or 3 Leopard tanks, supported by 4 or 6 Bradley IFVs. Rather than the expected armored fist of Western vehicles the entire world and Russia had prepared for. The goal of these smaller attacks was to identify weak points on the Russian lines and exploit them, leveraging one capability that Ukraine enjoys a greater degree of proficiency in over Russia, quickly massing forces and logistics and concentrating them to a single spot. A greater degree of training and higher levels of veteran troops and commanders allow Ukraine to be more flexible and responsive with its forces compared to Russia, who struggles to maneuver in large groups. This was why Russia's use of tactical nuclear weapons against Ukraine would never have worked unless Russia committed to using dozens of them at once. These probing attacks would identify areas of weakness, leading to significant parts of Ukraine being liberated. But the expected breakthrough never materialized. For one, Russian defenses were more formidable than most people thought. And then there was the revelation that the West hadn't supplied Ukraine with enough engineering vehicles to replenish combat losses reliably. Without these key vehicles, Ukraine would have to clear minefields with soldiers on the ground, under constant artillery and rifle fire from Russian defenders. But Russia had made the surprising move of reintroducing its aerospace forces to the fight. After losing about a third of its Ka-52 helicopter fleet, Russia would throw them back into the fight over the front in a desperate attempt to stem the Ukrainian assault. The tactic was successful due to a lack of mobile air defenses on the Ukrainian side, but it came at a cost. By the second week of August, we had visual confirmation of Russia losing its 40th Ka-52, with more losses reported but unconfirmed via either video or photo. Russia succeeded in inflicting significant damage on Ukrainian advances, but at the sacrifice of future combat capabilities. And this is where Ukraine turned a potential quagmire into a fresh victory. By midsummer, it became clear there would be no major breakthrough anytime soon, and thus Ukraine changed tactics. Rather than break Russian defenses and exploit a breakthrough for a sweeping victory, Ukraine focused on the long term. Soon, Russia started reporting a change in Ukrainian tactics, where once they would come under artillery fire as Ukrainian troops advanced. Suddenly, and to their great relief, Ukrainian guns were going quiet. Only when their offensive came under Russian artillery fire did Ukraine's own artillery respond, with precision counter-battery fire directly on the Russian guns. Ukraine was now waiting to use its artillery to specifically target and destroy Russia's own artillery, the biggest advantage Russia has held during this entire war. Social media posts from Russian artillerymen began to paint a grim picture far behind the front lines. Using Western counter-battery radars and precision shells, Ukrainian artillery was devastating Russian gun positions. Russia, meanwhile, was failing to respond appropriately, launching few and ineffective counter-battery missions of its own. To further add to the Russian woes, the ever-elusive HIMARS appeared in even greater numbers thanks to new units donated by America. Its precision-guided rockets were starting to be affected by Russian electronic warfare assets, but still striking true in considerable numbers. The situation had become so critical that Russia even fired one of its own generals for bringing the plight of Russian forces to light. In July, General Ivan Popov, commander of the 58th Combined Arms Army, complained that the Russian Ministry of Defense was failing its troops. He specifically complained about a lack of counter-battery operations, the absence of reconnaissance for Russian artillery, and the ongoing casualties inflicted on Russian artillerymen by Ukrainian forces. As Popov put it, the incompetence of Sergei Shoigu and the Russian Ministry of Defense was so severe that, quote, as many commanders of divisional regiments said today, the servicemen of the armed forces of Ukraine could not break through our army from the front, but our senior commander hit us from the rear, treacherously and vilely decapitating the army at the most difficult and tense moment. By destroying Russian artillery, Ukraine is eliminating the invaders' greatest advantage to date in this war and paving the way for future offensives. But this isn't the only shift in Ukrainian tactics, as long-range strikes have been retargeted to further erode Russia's ability to continue fighting the overall conflict, rather than winning the immediate battle. British Storm Shadow missiles have been used to staggering effect and began to target Russian logistics and command with the intent of eliminating experienced and seasoned commanders. One strike in July eliminated Lieutenant General, further compounding Russia's command and control difficulties at the highest levels of army operations. This isn't the only place that Ukraine is striking at Russia's ability to operate in the long term. In late August, a suspected Special Forces raid into Crimea resulted in the destruction of an S-400 system, including its launcher, missiles, radar, and personnel. This is Russia's most advanced air defense system and a very painful loss at about $200 million in total. Even more importantly, it forces Russia to reposition air defenses from somewhere else in order to reinforce the all-important Crimean Peninsula. The next day, a verified Special Forces raid into 2 nearby villages resulted in the killing of Russian soldiers and the destruction of equipment, without the loss of a single Ukrainian operator. These victories don't just pave the way for an invasion of Crimea, but force Russia to reposition equipment and personnel from other parts of the front. And this is especially critical at a time when Russia's under increasing threat from drone and missile attack inside its own borders. Moscow's been struck multiple times by drone attack, and a recent drone raid on a military airfield outside the city of Pskov has resulted in the destruction of 2 Il-76 transport craft and the damaging of 2 more, at a cost of well over $100 million to the Russians. Ukraine may not achieve the hoped-for massive penetration and breakthrough of the front line in the near future, but instead has found victory by shifting its focus on the longer-term war effort. The Russians will claim this is copium, even as $200 million air defense systems spontaneously explode around them and military bases deep inside Russia come under drone attack. But the fact of the matter is, not only is Ukraine slowly advancing across most of the front, it's doing so at a fraction of the cost that Russian defenders are having to pay. With Abrams main battle tanks and American F-16 soon to join the fight, Russian forces in Ukraine are facing a grim and uncertain future with a strong possibility of an early and permanent retirement. The war in Ukraine has proven one thing: the United States military would wipe the floor with Russia. No, we're not funded by the CIA, as many have claimed in the comments section. This is simple objective truth. Let's look at why. If you want to evaluate the capabilities of the two militaries, we must first understand the core philosophy of each fighting force. The Russian military has traditionally been a ground power with heavy focus on its army and artillery, with few warm water ports and almost none that would be immediately under threat from NATO forces. Russia and the Soviet Union before it held no illusions that they could become a major maritime power. Back when the US was fielding its first supercarriers, the Soviet Navy wanted to match the capability until they were reminded that to join the fight anywhere outside their immediate shoreline, they'd first have to run a gauntlet of NATO shore-based anti-ship missile batteries. Geography has not been kind to Russia's dreams of being a naval power, which is why it's never been a truly global power at all, period. This means that any future conflict involving Russia and NATO will most likely take place in Eastern Europe. The Russian military is well suited for that task, with the largest armored vehicle fleet in the world, which it has aggressively used to destroy Ukraine's stockpile of anti-tank missiles. Before the war in Ukraine, Russia had an estimated 170 battalion tactical groups, or about 119,000 ground combat troops, making it one of the largest ground forces in the world. It's in artillery where Russia truly shines, though, and it's been the only saving grace its military has been able to call upon. Before the war, Russia had over 10,000 artillery pieces and nearly 4,000 MLRS. Russia's reliance on artillery is not by accident. It knows full well that it cannot compete in the air against NATO powers, and thus has relied on ground-based fire support to ensure it can provide support for engaged infantry and armor. However, as Ukraine has shown, these numbers are impressive on paper, but far less so when the actual equipment is taken into account, as a significant bulk of this equipment is all from the Cold War and has not seen modernization upgrades. Also, a lot of it simply doesn't work anymore due to poor maintenance or storage or outright theft of critical components. Ultimately, Russia is a ground power meant to fight a war against the West and Europe. However, it's far from a modern professional military. Rampant corruption has hollowed out every single facet of the Russian war machine and made it an ineffective lumbering giant whose only real advantage is sheer mass. That works against a power like Ukraine to a degree, but it would never work against the American military. America basically won the lottery when it came time to spawn on the world map. It's the single most defensible nation on Earth, quite literally immune to invasion from a hostile power thanks to 2 giant oceans on each coast and a complete domination of its global hemisphere. This defensive advantage came at a significant cost. To project military power, America would need to first move that power thousands of miles east or west. And that's why the United States has always been a naval power since its creation as a state, when it struggled against the vastly superior Royal British Navy during the Revolutionary War with a handful of boats we'll generously call warships. However, by the dawn of the 20th century, the United States Navy was rivaling the Royal Navy in tonnage and expertise, and would surpass it in the interwar years as the most powerful naval force on Earth. This was all at the expense of its army, because when World War I and World War II kicked off, the US Army was a bit of a clown show. Enthusiastic almost to a fault, the British initially feared a total defeat in Africa when the US Army joined the fighting in World War II. However, under the tutelage of the Allied powers and cutting its teeth in combat, the US Army grew in proficiency, while its Marine Corps, a competent force throughout the early 20th century, would do some of the nastiest, dirtiest fighting on the planet against a fanatical enemy. America emerged from World War II with one clear lesson in mind: never again. Determined to be never second to any other power in the world, the US began to nurture what would become one of the most professional fighting forces in Earth's history. And to that end, it became a technological power, putting its considerable intellectual and engineering resources into developing weapons 1 or more generations ahead of any potential adversary. In the second half of the 20th century, the United States shifted from a naval power to a naval and air power, unmatched in either arena, with a growing emphasis on air power. Engineers like the late great Kelly Johnson ensured that in the skies America had no peers. Modern Russian military doctrine gravitates around the battalion tactical group, a formation of 600 to 800 combat troops made up of 2 to 4 companies of infantry, usually mechanized, and reinforced with air defense, artillery, engineering, and logistical support units. A tank and a rocket artillery company are typically attached to each BTG. The BTG is meant to operate as a combined arms maneuver unit and has the advantage of allowing for the use of support assets such as artillery at the tactical level. A relative lack of infantry, though, with only about 200 infantrymen per BTG, means that it's difficult for this formation to actually hold territory, and the Russian army relies heavily on Marines, paratroopers, or other units for the task. The fact that Russia is already looking to reorganize its BTGs is indicative of how well they perform against a near-peer adversary. Lessons learned in Ukraine are showing that the BTG is a more lumbering beast than agile, tactical, combined arms maneuvering unit. Though in truth, this probably has more to do with the quality of Russian soldiers, doctrine, and leadership than the composition of the BTG. One significant weakness of the Russian military is its ability to coordinate effectively. This has made the BTG a fundamentally flawed composition, as it decentralizes Russia's greatest asset, its artillery. Unable to coordinate its massive advantage in artillery, as big as 20-1 during the first 6 to 8 months of the war in Ukraine, and 8-1 on average today, Russia has had far less success in leveraging its only real overmatch against the far smaller and less equipped Ukrainian military. British intelligence indicated that as of November 2022, Russia was already starting to move away from the BTG concept. The U.S. Army's Brigade Combat Team is everything the Battalion Tactical Group tried to be, and more. A BCT can come in 4 flavors: infantry, striker, armored, and strawberry lemonade. BCTs are meant to be fully self-supporting units and deployable anywhere in the world for any mission that the U.S. Army requires of them. As such, they have various assets native to them. The infantry BCT is made up of about 4,500 soldiers and is organized around a core of 3 battalions of infantry. This already makes them significantly more powerful than Russia's BTG, as each battalion is made up of around 1,000 soldiers. However, this also means that the US fields far fewer BCTs than Russia fields BTGs, with only 14 active BCTs in the US Army. American infantry is either mechanized or motorized, deployed in Bradley infantry fighting vehicles or using HMMWVs or their equivalent replacement, giving the BCT an emphasis on high mobility. Alongside its infantry, a BCT will typically contain 1 recon cavalry battalion, 1 brigade support battalion, 1 engineer battalion, and 1 field artillery battalion. A Stryker BCT is centered around the use of the Stryker armored vehicle and is meant to plug a gap between the U.S. Army's light infantry and heavy armored infantry. It's also meant to be a very fast response unit, with an entire brigade being airlifted anywhere in the world within 96 hours and a division within 120 hours. Like the infantry BCT, a Stryker BCT is made up of 3 infantry battalions in 300 Stryker vehicles, 1 recon cavalry battalion, 1 artillery battalion, 1 brigade support battalion, 1 brigade headquarters and headquarters company, and 1 brigade engineer battalion. An anti-tank company made up of the mobile gun system variant of the Stryker directly supports the Stryker BCT against enemy armor. The Armored Brigade Combat Team is what the US military sends when you've fudged around and it's time for you to find out. This is the armored fist of the American military, specifically designed to break the strongest of enemy defenses. The core of this formation is its 87 Abrams main battle tanks and 152 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. And an armored BCT can come in 2 varieties, with either 2 tank companies and 1 mechanized infantry company or 2 mechanized infantry companies and 1 tank company. As the US shifts away from its fighting insurgencies and the war on terror back to fighting near-peer adversaries, so too is its BCTs changing. The Waypoint 2028 program, later rebranded to Army 2030, is looking to fundamentally redesign how America deploys its battalion combat teams, with a focus on armor to face near-peer threats. This redesign aims to move artillery from the BCT to the divisional level, much the same as Russia is attempting to do, so that it can be better employed across a wide engagement front while also improving survivability in a heavily contested electronic warfare environment where communications may not always be guaranteed between units. Engineering units are also being reorganized to a divisional level for much the same reason. As has famously been said, war doesn't tolerate BS, and the American Battalion Combat Team has been put to the fire multiple times. Each time, its superior mobility and coordination proved decisive, while Russia's smaller battalion tactical groups, ironically smaller and meant to be more maneuverable, have not been. This is largely due to training, leadership, and doctrine, though. The biggest flaw with the Russian military is a lack of professional training and soldiers both. With a culture of abuse and corruption, the Russian armed forces have a difficult time retaining recruits, and only an estimated 2% of conscripts chose to sign an enlistment contract at the end of their mandatory service. This extremely high turnover rate means that the Russian military lacks seasoned troops, which form the backbone of any modern military, and directly leads to a crippling lack of non-commissioned officers. Before the war in Ukraine, Russia attempted to fix this by creating new training programs for NCOs and offering incentives for soldiers to re-enlist. As the war has shown, this has not been enough. Regular Russian officers have been forced to pick up the duties an NCO would, and senior officers have even been spotted leading platoon-sized actions. Inevitably, these senior officers get killed or wounded, further eroding the discipline and capabilities of the Russian military. If all the managers at a restaurant disappeared because they'd been killed, it'd be very difficult for a bunch of cashiers, cooks, and waitstaff to do the specialized tasks senior management is responsible for, such as ordering, handling pay and benefits, scheduling, etc. In effect, this is what's happening with the Russian military today. Its brain drain slowly attrits the forces, and every day the Russian military is in effect getting dumber, and that's really saying something. The United States, like every other modern nation, is having difficulty reaching recruitment quotas and retaining those already in service. Ironically, the US believed it would have difficulty recruiting during the lengthy wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, but it wasn't until the withdrawal of US forces from Afghanistan that a true recruitment crisis occurred. Today, the US Army is short 25% of its needed recruits, with estimates putting the US Army down 7% of its current force numbers in 2 years. Other services aren't suffering as badly, but still face their own challenges, with only the US Marines coming out relatively okay thanks to strong retention rates. The US military is struggling to remain competitive versus a strong economy, and the lack of conflict ironically means that potential recruits don't see service as a critical nation need. And nothing could be further from the truth given the potential threat of conflict with China. COVID, however, has had a significant effect on the recruitment crisis, with an explosion of mental and physical health issues amongst the younger Americans who would normally fill out the military's ranks. Also, adherence to physical and mental standards disqualifies a large group of individuals from even considering service in the first place. And while the US could do like China and lower recruitment standards over half a dozen times, doing so would only result in subpar troops. Recruitment crisis and its implications for an all-volunteer force aside, the US military is worlds away from the Russian military in professionalism and education. Hazing exists, as it does in any major organization, but in the Russian army, this is actively encouraged rather than punished. Likewise, US troopers aren't stripping the wiring out of their vehicles to sell at a local market. A strong NCO corps ensures discipline and training standards are met, as well as an institutional system of oversight and accountability. Whereas in the Russian military, training is typically done only long enough for someone to snap a picture of it and send it up the chain as proof. There are multiple levels of accountability for US personnel, and unlike a heavily conscripted force, American servicemen generally want to increase their training and education. Education is something the US military takes very seriously, heavily encouraging personnel at all levels to pursue higher education by making it free. For senior personnel, the US also operates 5 world-class war colleges, which instruct American officers alongside officers from nations all over the world. For America, war is both a science and an art form. But the real difference between the two militaries is their very fundamental nature. The US military encourages, even instills in its personnel a sense of initiative. The Russian army does not. Russia continues to fight like its Soviet predecessor, with a heavy top-down command structure that discourages personal initiative. The US military, by comparison, encourages leadership at every level, from an individual squad leader to a senior general, to act on their own initiative after exercising good judgment. This makes the US a military of many potential leaders, insulating it from the combat attrition of command personnel. Meanwhile, we have plenty of evidence from Ukraine of entire Russian units paralyzed because of severed links to command staff. This glaring vulnerability of the Russian military is what originally prompted the US to develop the most lethal war doctrine to date, air-land battle, now evolved to sea-air-land battle. This operational doctrine is the core philosophy of how the US fights wars, and it was revealed to the world for the first time in the early 1990s during Operation Desert Storm. It's so frighteningly effective that it took even US military planners completely by surprise, sweeping aside one of the world's largest armies with absolute ease. Sea-air-land battle seeks to present an adversary with conundrums across the full warfighting spectrum to sow chaos and uncertainty amongst the enemy, opening up vulnerabilities and opportunities in one or more domains. To achieve this, the US has become a truly combined arms force, with ground, air, space, and naval assets tightly coordinated together via tactical data links, something Russia is still struggling with to this day. While Russia has coordinated its aerospace forces with ground-based air defenses, it's struggled to loop in its ground combat units to achieve what the US had long ago mastered: common engagement capability. This is the ability for one spotter to observe an enemy and guide another shooter's weapons to the target, and it's the secret behind the US's lethality. Unlike Soviet forces, which sought decisive battles with overwhelming force, the US specializes in launching deep strikes into enemies' rear areas, specifically targeting logistics and command and control, or C2 nodes. This is why the US has placed a heavy emphasis on its air forces, stealth, and standoff attack capability, as well as extreme precision rocket artillery, soon to be supplemented with ground-based ballistic missiles with extremely long ranges. While the Air Force is busy making a mess of the enemy's communications and supplies, ground forces strike at the enemy in smaller, more mobile formations that attack from a variety of different directions. This makes it difficult for the enemy to coordinate a defense, especially when their command and control has been disrupted or destroyed. A focus on rapid mobility and communications allows the US to quickly identify breaches in enemy formations and rapidly exploit them with overwhelming force. The US has basically adopted Muhammad Ali's famous adage of floating like a butterfly and stinging like a bee, and it's proven its mettle against numerically superior forces time and again. Now let's look at the specifics of what actually makes the US a superior force over the Russian military. Let's start with the basics. Communications. Communications is key to battlefield success. Without it, you can't tell your troops what to do and when to do it. Of all the investments in technology that the US has made, few surpass the untold billions that went into building the most robust, secure battlefield networks in the world, and they are the key to the US's success. Thanks to tactical data links, the Link 16 and future replacement Link 22, American units can freely swap information between each other. Even weapons en route to their target can speak to another, such as the new long-range anti-ship missile, which can deconflict when launched in volleys to ensure all missiles don't hit the same target, and can update target priorities as missiles in a volley are knocked out by enemy air defenses. But at the very basic level, secure communications allows the US to move units around and coordinate without letting the enemy be privy to this information. Russia does not have this capability. Immediately after the invasion began, frontline reports from Ukrainian troops revealed that communications amongst Russian military was very poor, with units often relying on unencrypted civilian radios or even cell phones. Russian strategic bombers, the very same craft responsible for delivering a retaliatory nuclear strike, were also recorded using unsecured communications. On paper, Russia is supposed to have secure, encrypted communications for all or at least most of its units. Russian soldiers have been observed using advanced radios such as the R-187P1 AZART and the R-162-5UN2, both of which were discovered on a captured Russian paratrooper after the failed Antonov airport attack. However, the fighting in Ukraine has shown that this is simply not the case, and one need only look at Russia's history of corruption to understand why. In 2021, senior military figures and the manufacturer of the AZART radio came under investigation for embezzlement, with millions of rubles meant to purchase encrypted radios for the military vanishing into the pockets of various officials instead. To make matters worse, as Ukraine gets better at pinpointing Russian communication, officers are moving further and further away from the front, to the point that Russian units have reported having to resort to cell phones to reach them and ask for orders. The general failure of the Russian officer corps aside, which cowardly moves to the rear as they send their own men to their death, going up against a technologically advanced foe such as the United States with unsecure communications, is its own death sentence. The US has made communications a top priority, issuing the ANPRC-148 to its combat units. In fact, communications are so important that units in the field will typically deploy with multiple backups, including radios for local traffic and long-range radios and satellite radios for emergencies. Embedded personnel such as Air Force combat controllers will have their own radios to communicate with overhead aircraft, waiting to bring the boom when asked. And they can even stream video directly from overhead assets to get a bird's eye view of the battlefield, taking advantage of superior sensors on US aircraft. If there is one flaw with US communications, it's that there are too many different radios, and efforts to consolidate them into a single system have so far failed. That hasn't stopped the US from throwing millions at the problem until eventually, hopefully, it goes away, something that it's exceptionally good at to a fault. The next significant difference between the two militaries' infantry is their equipment. Take a look at these two photos and see if you can spot the differences. Anyone who served in the ground combat role can probably spot them immediately, but don't feel bad if you can't. The differences are subtle, but make all the difference in the world, and makes US soldiers far superior to their Russian counterparts. Need a clue? Look at the helmets, specifically the front of the helmets. You might notice that Russian helmets have no mounts for night vision. Now look at the rifles and compare the rifles of the American soldiers with those of the Russian soldiers. Spot a difference? Most Russian rifles come with no optics whatsoever, while American combat rifles already have optics when given to the troops. Even more importantly, American rifles carry the PAC family of laser systems, which are critical for aiming with night vision. Russian rifles do not carry these. So even on the rare occasion that a Russian soldier might have night vision, which is estimated at 1 in 10 soldiers, they're unable to use their rifles while also using their night vision. By comparison, every single US soldier is issued night vision and the required laser targeting system with which to use it properly. Other key differences include the mass adoption of armored vests by the US military, while most troops who are lucky enough to be issued body armor in the Russian military are typically issued what are colloquially known as second-chance vests, poorly suited for stopping high-powered rifle rounds. US soldiers also carry supplemental equipment such as radios, gloves, knee pads, and eye protection. Russian soldiers largely lack these small bits of kit that can end up giving an edge to a warfighter. And we're not cherry-picking here. You're welcome to look up photos of US soldiers in action versus their Russian counterparts. While there are elite Russian units who have access to what is standard US infantry, the entire point is that this is standard for all U.S. infantry. The U.S. owns the night and prefers to run night combat operations to exercise its vast advantage in imaging over any potential adversary. But more importantly, the U.S. invests heavily in making sure its troops have the right equipment for the job, and this extends to its combat vehicles. American optics are on the whole superior to their Russian counterparts, especially as sanctions kick in and Russia's denied Western optics or the components to build its own. New Russian tanks are being sent to the front with nothing more than gunner sights, significantly lessening their effectiveness against Western tanks being donated to Ukraine. By the way, Russia had invested heavily into developing a native capability to build advanced night vision devices. However, the entire affair collapsed in on itself when corruption inevitably took a massive bite out of the budget, and the officials overseeing the company set up to produce domestic night vision kit were discovered to be siphoning off funds for themselves instead. Now, when Russia needs it the most, it's unable to produce the specialized components required for night vision optics. The entire Russian military suffers from a lack of kit that would be considered standard in the U.S. military. Russian aviation, for example, has only a few aircraft capable of providing accurate air support for ground units, as the bulk of its air fleet lacks the targeting pods necessary for the task. The U.S., by comparison, has hundreds of these aircraft and can basically bolt on a targeting pod to just about anything that you can think of hurling into the sky. An Abrams tank might not be very aerodynamic, but if it wanted to, the U.S. could strap a targeting pod and a rocket onto it, and for its brief flight through the sky be capable of delivering accurate ground fire for friendly forces. Russia's inability to do the same was on full display during the famed Belgorod incursion by the Free Russia Legion and Russian Volunteer Corps, when a Russian Su-34 dropped dumb gravity bombs that missed their target by a generous few hundred meters or so. The differences between the Russian and American military are so significant that we could probably do an entire 60-minute episode on the topic. Matter of fact, if this video gets enough views, we'll do a part 2 and present even more evidence from Ukraine on how the United States would absolutely decimate the Russian military. And for anyone who still doubts this or thinks we're just shilling for the US, remember that in June of 2022, the US sent a dozen HIMARS batteries to Ukraine, and it absolutely wrecked Russia's day. If Russia has yet to eliminate a single of the now 30 or so estimated HIMARS in Ukraine, how exactly does it expect to cope with the 400 still in the US inventory? The news coming out of Ukraine is not good for Russia. 10,741 visually confirmed losses of pieces of heavy equipment, 2,054 of which are tanks either destroyed, abandoned, or captured. Estimates without visual confirmation place it around 3,000. Over half of its Ka-52 attack helicopter fleet destroyed, with 5 in 1 week during the June Ukrainian counteroffensive alone. Documents revealed by the infamous Discord leak show that the Department of Defense estimates Russia has suffered between 189,500 to 223,000 casualties, with between 35,500 to 43,000 killed in action. And that was before the Ukrainian counteroffensive began, with fierce fighting across the northern front. Alleged HIMARS strikes were especially devastating, with one strike in mid-June that allegedly killed dozens of Russian soldiers waiting to hear their commanders speak. That information has yet to be verified, however. As its offensive began, Ukraine enacted a media blackout across its front, ceding the propaganda war to Russia for several weeks. However, when the lights came back on to the world, they saw a steady stream of Russian POWs being marched away from the front. The Russian lines aren't crumbling, but they are breaking, and Ukraine is yet to put the full might of its reserve Western-trained firepower into the fight. So, why can't Russia field better troops and equipment? Better is a relative term when Russia is concerned, especially when talking about its troops. Historically, Russian troops have severely underperformed against any international grading system. While in exercises like its famous Zapad Combined Arms exercise, Russia got to LARP as a professional Western military. The truth is that when put to the test, Russian soldiers fail. In the First Chechen War, the massive Russian army was roundly defeated by Chechen rebels. Russia's initial force of 23,800 faced off against an estimated 1,000-strong rebel army, increasing to 6,000 after a year of fighting. Despite this, Russia suffered a whopping 14,000 killed or missing and 52,000 wounded. Estimates on the Chechen side place military losses at 3,000 dead. Even Russia's elite paratroopers, worshipped as demigods in Russian society, thoroughly embarrassed themselves, such is the infamous case when a 50-strong assault force landed behind enemy lines and was promptly taken captive, forcing the Russian military to fly helicopters overhead, blasting out a warning that if they weren't released, the Russian Air Force would destroy several villages nearby. The Second Chechen War wouldn't go much better, though Russia managed to subdue the region by backing pro-Russian Chechen warlords. In both cases, however, Russian military failures were so significant that they were forced to rely on brute force alone to subdue the region. In the now infamous bombings of Grozny and other Chechen cities, the Russian military leveraged the only real advantage it had: superior firepower. Through an extensive bombing and artillery campaign, Chechnya was reduced to rubble, with civilian casualties estimated to be as high as 100,000. When your troops are hot garbage, it helps if you have the world's largest artillery corps. The real question is, why are Russian troops so bad, and can they get any better? Russia's woes as always go back to its extreme corruption. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia has struggled to field a Western-style professional military and has relied overwhelmingly on conscription. Before the Ukraine conflict, it had made significant strides toward that goal, with an estimated 3/4 of its armed forces being professional volunteer soldiers. The service length for conscripts was also dropped from 24 months to 12 months, which after training and orientation only gave Russia about 5 months of use from each batch of conscripts. However, tellingly, conscripts still made up a third of Russia's combat armed forces, including its elite Spetsnaz units, something which is unthinkable in the US military. The difference between conscripts and volunteers is significant, with volunteer soldiers having greater morale and proficiency than conscripts. Typically, a volunteer soldier chooses to serve and is more motivated to do so than a conscript forced to serve. However, volunteer soldiers are also serving for longer terms, allowing their military to get more combat-ready time out of them in relation to the length of their training, and to build a greater degree of proficiency and thus lethality over time. Professional volunteers also form the backbone of the military itself, moving up the ranks and increasing in knowledge and expertise, making them and their organization more efficient. Once a conscript's term is up, they are offered service contracts, but the vast majority choose to immediately leave, taking their talent, millions of rubles in training costs, and expertise with them. And speaking of backbones, Russia's military has none. Not just in that it's a cowardly army incapable of standing up to a peer adversary and forced to try to bomb civilians instead, but as it lacks the basic building block of a professional Western-style military: volunteers who re-enlist, advance in rank, making up the non-commissioned officer corps that's so integral to the success of a modern military. These are the senior enlisted men whose jobs it is to oversee the day-to-day operation of the military, everything from enforcing training standards to direct battlefield leadership. Instead of an NCO corps, Russia just makes junior and warrant officers take up those roles, much to its detriment. These are typically men and women who have had higher academic training and are thus more valuable and more rare, and better suited for the challenges of higher leadership positions than watching over a squad of conscripts. This forces Russia to overwork its officers, placing significant stresses on them and inevitably leading to the deferment of authority and leadership to senior conscripts or low-ranking recruits. And this is not a modern problem either. As noted during the Cold War, Soviet units were typically run by second-year conscripts, with what few NCOs the Soviet Union did have deferring to them in most matters. For any of our viewers who have ever served in the military, you can well imagine what a nightmare scenario it would be to have E2s and E3s in charge of running day-to-day operations. You can probably also imagine just how well those operations were managed, let alone actual battlefield actions. NCOs are responsible for making sure that orders from the top are followed through, and we have plenty of evidence from the Ukrainian conflict that this is not always being followed through or done so poorly thanks to the lack of a solid leadership structure amongst Russian units. However, Russia's lack of NCOs also directly contributes to its biggest problem in attracting and keeping talented recruits: hazing. It's called the rule of the grandfathers, and it's a nightmare of hazing that would make any college frat initiation ritual look like a pleasant walk in the park. The secret to Russian military hazing is that it never stops. It just perpetually flows downhill, even from the highest echelons of military power. Older conscripts brutalize those younger than them, with what few NCOs exist brutalizing the senior conscripts, while officers do the same to their NCOs. Beatings, humiliation, torture, even forced labor and sexual assault. There are a wide range of reports from Russian leaders simply renting their troops to local villages to use for hard labor. Meanwhile, older recruits and conscripts commit outright sexual assault on younger conscripts and force them to beg their families for money so they can steal it. Officers, meanwhile, look the other way, mostly because they're engaged in different forms of hazing themselves, albeit at a more subtle level. Hazing is nothing new in the Russian armed forces. It's a pass-me-down from the Soviet times. Hazing, however, is pure poison to a military, as it destroys unit cohesiveness and retention. In his memoir, Kirill Podrabinik wrote in 1970 that if his unit was thrust into combat, half of the unit might shoot the other half. There have been no documented cases of this happening, but there are plenty of cases of murder spurred on by hazing in the Russian armed forces. But where it really hurts a military is in the ability to retain talent. Even with significant incentives, only 1% of Soviet conscripts re-enlisted with the army, and that figure has not improved much. Especially because after the fall of the Soviet Union, the situation got even worse. Political officers were removed from military units, taking away one major source of discipline in the Red Army. The entire military received a significant reduction in pay, prompting junior officers to steal equipment or from their own troops, or to be too preoccupied with a second job to pay much attention to the discipline of their unit. In 2002, the BBC published a report where senior Russian soldiers were selling those junior to them into prostitution rings. As the Russian economy recovered, hazing seems to have improved somewhat, but it's impossible to know given how tight-lipped Russia is. A law passed by Vladimir Putin in 2015 made military fatalities suffered in peacetime a state secret, in effect making it impossible to calculate how many conscripts or recruits were being killed or committed suicide due to hazing. A key aspect of a modern military are ready reserves. The U.S. military fields reserves for all of its branches except the Space Force, and these reserves were of critical importance during the dual wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Good reserve systems allow a military to retain a large pool of proficient soldiers that it can call upon in case of a war, long after they've been separated from the military. With monthly training capped by a larger evolution once a year, reservists maintain proficiency in their respective career fields while living a civilian life. This allows a nation to double or more its standing forces with proficient soldiers in case of war, rather than bloat it with freshly conscripted soldiers with no training or expertise. Russia, however, lacks a modern reserve system. In 2008, the nation launched a massive reform aimed at creating a professional NCO corps and a reserve system. Both goals have failed. Instead, Russia's focused on improving its air and rocket forces, though you really wouldn't know it by looking at the performance of the Russian aerospace forces in Ukraine, which has been abysmal. Despite having nearly 1 million people with previous service time to call upon, this pool of Russian personnel only served their single one-year term and have limited military proficiency. Meanwhile, less than 10% of this potential reserve force receives any kind of refresher training. And training might be Russia's biggest problem, because it simply doesn't do much of it. Russian military culture has a tradition of what's known as picture reports, whereas a Western military would file a report on the results of training with updated goals and frequent inspections. The Russian military simply marches its troops to a firing range, has them fire off 1 or 2 shots, takes a picture, and calls it a day. The photo report serves its purpose. It establishes that on the required day, said unit was in fact at the range shooting their allotment of ammunition to maintain proficiency. In reality, officers simply take the budget given to them for training and split it amongst themselves. The same goes for soldiers' actual pay. A Russian unit commander is responsible for receiving and disseminating his soldiers' pay. Naturally, said commander skims a percentage off the top for himself first. This system also incentivizes commanders to overstate their unit numbers. Despite not being at full strength, a commander will report all billets filed so he can receive pay allotted to soldiers who don't exist. Meanwhile, when senior Russian officers make battlefield decisions on what units to deploy where, they do so not realizing that those units may be significantly under strength. This culture is not an accident, however. Rather, it's part of the social contract that Russia's culture of corruption has established with all branches of its government and military. You're free to be corrupt as long as you largely do as you're told and help push the messages Putin's propaganda is disseminating. The only time Russia cares about corruption is when it gets in the way of state goals. Even now, with the Russian military in a catastrophic state, Vladimir Putin is helpless to enact the anti-corruption measures drastically needed to turn things around, because if he were to do so, he would face mass revolt from the higher echelons of the military and the government. But Russia's training problems have become acute, and now the nation faces a true crisis just when it needs its well-trained troops the most. As the war in Ukraine entered its 6-month mark, Russian losses were so severe that it was being forced to reach deep for additional personnel. This is when Russia made a move that baffled Western observers. It began to pull instructors away from its training bases and put them on the front lines. These senior soldiers might have been better trained and more proficient than the losses they were replacing, but by removing this experienced training staff, Russia was ensuring that follow-on reinforcements would not receive the benefit of their lessons and experience. Instead, Russia was forced to install junior training staff with predictably poor results. Russia has officially entered what is known in the West as a military death spiral. This is when a military's best and most proficient soldiers, a term we use very loosely when talking about Russia, are killed or wounded and then replaced with reinforcements that are less trained and proficient, and are subsequently decimated. Their replacements are now even worse prepared for combat, and on in a death spiral that eats militaries alive. This death spiral is evident across the Ukrainian front, with Russia suffering significant casualties even in what is essentially an offensive that's currently made up of light reconnaissance and force attacks. Ukraine has yet to commit significant combat power to the offensive in a breakthrough operation, and across the entire front, Russian troops are losing ground. The losses may only be measured in hundreds of meters, but the fact that they are being pushed back nearly everywhere is a sign of how poorly the Russians are performing. This death spiral is most evident in Russia's aerospace forces, though. Russian pilots are already poorly trained by Western standards, with their American counterparts having 4 times or more flight hours by the time they graduate to their assigned airframe. When it comes to providing close air support, an element of battle badly needed by Russian troops on the front, Russia's disadvantages are even more significant, with only a fraction of its pilots trained in this role. Famously, during one of the recent incursions into the Belgorod region by Russian partisans, a Russian fighter pilot attempted to bomb partisan forces and missed by an embarrassingly wide margin. Russia has lost 425 aircraft so far in the war in Ukraine, and its Ka-52 attack helicopter fleet has been decimated, with over half of it being destroyed. These losses mean not just the loss of airframes costing tens of millions of rubles, but often their pilots as well, and they're just as hard to replace for a beleaguered Russia. The nation has now been forced to move senior flight instructors to frontline duty, and thanks to a specific Russian doctrine of assigning the most dangerous operations to the most senior pilots, this has resulted in many of them getting killed as well. Now Russian aerospace forces are in significant danger of having a severe training deficit. While this won't mean an end to the war today, as the war evolves, Russia's airborne advantage is certain to break. A sign of desperation can be seen in the way Russia has sent its remaining Ka-52s into the frontline fighting in recent weeks. Despite staggering casualties in the first year of the war, Russia has sent its attack helicopters to stop Ukrainian thrusts in sheer desperation, resulting in 5 Ka-52s confirmed destroyed in less than a week of fighting. These are completely unsustainable losses, and Russia's aviation is rapidly approaching the point of a critical failure. And that brings us to Russia's other biggest problem. Why can't it replace its combat losses with better equipment? For at least a year, the world has joked about Russia sending in its ancient T-54s and T-55s after stripping them out of museums. Yet as summer began, that's exactly what happened, with visual confirmation of these ancient early Cold War tanks being shipped into Ukraine. As it claimed about its old T-62s, Russia said these vehicles would serve as static fortresses and provide long-range fire support. Naturally, this was a lie, and T-55s were confirmed destroyed in combat by Ukraine. Estimates vary, but Russia's believed to be able to produce about 60 tanks a month. But these estimates are muddied by a lack of independent data and the fact that Russia's tank plants both build new tanks and refurbish old ones, without specifically stating the difference. Thus, it's impossible to know if these 60 or so tanks a month are brand new or mostly refurbished Cold War relics. What is known is that Russia loses on average 150 tanks a month, meaning it's not even replacing half of its combat losses. And what it is replacing, it's not doing with very good equipment. At the end of the day, a tank is still a significant threat if you don't have something to deal with it. A T-55 might be a joke, but it's significantly less funny if you're an infantryman without a tank support of your own or an anti-tank guided missile. Luckily, with Western donations of both tanks and ATGMs, Ukraine has both. Not in numbers to match Russia, but enough to achieve a level of battlefield parity due to one big difference between Ukraine and Russia's tanks: technology. Russia's biggest problem in replacing any hardware is the extreme sanctions levied against it by the world. Russia is now the most sanctioned state in history, and these sanctions have effectively eviscerated the Russian defense industry. While the nation builds its own tanks, armored vehicles, aircraft, and missiles, all of these rely on electronics and components made in the West or abroad. Before the war, nearly all optics going to Russian tanks came from the West, and over half the microchips needed in its weapons as well. Ball bearings, which are of critical importance to modern equipment, are difficult to manufacture with a high degree of proficiency, and Russia imported most of those from the West. Now it's forced to alternatives that are of lower quality. But alternatives for other tech simply aren't widely available. Microchips, for example, are of critical importance, and Russia has been forced to rely on lower-quality Chinese chips as well as those it can smuggle in via alternative means. Russia is quite adept at sanctions busting, but while it's impossible to completely stop Russia from getting Western technology, shutting off the tap means what tech it does get is limited in quantity and much more expensive than it would be on the global market. This limits Russia physically and financially, and leads to things such as Russia's new T-80s and T-92s rolling off production lines having gunner sights rather than the sophisticated optics and fire computers. With Ukraine getting access to more and more modern Western armored vehicles, what vehicles Russia can replace on the front are simply no match. This leaves Russia to rely on its artillery advantage, but even that has significantly lessened due to a shortage of ammunition. While Russia initially enjoyed a 20-to-1 advantage in artillery, combat losses to precision Western systems and a global shortage of ammo has led to that advantage dropping to as little as 6-to-1. To make matters worse, domestically produced ammunition has been found to be of low quality, with thousands of artillery rounds in one shipment declared unfit for use after a series of accidents. Russia's ability to resupply itself is dwindling with every passing month, and thanks to targeted sanctions, the prognosis is not good. The final hope Russia has is for China to finally agree to providing lethal military aid, a move that will draw international condemnation against the Chinese, and possibly even its own sanctions. President Xi Jinping has proven hesitant to cross this red line drawn by the US, but he also has little interest in seeing Russia fail and left weakened, a broken husk that could collapse into a civil war at any time. In order to keep the US on its toes and with its attention split between Asia and Europe, China needs Russia to remain a credible threat to Europe. In time, Xi might have no choice but to let the tanks roll for Russia, expanding the conflict. But until such a time, Russia's only real advantage over Ukraine is the sheer size of its army, and the Russians' own incredible appetite for casualties. Having suffered horrifically one-sided losses that would have resulted in mass protests in Western nations, Russia appears to remain politically stable, with little sign of the general Russian populace getting ready to rise up and depose Putin. Make no mistake, Vladimir Putin is Russia, and Russia is Vladimir Putin. He holds as tight a grip on his country and its people as any dictator in the world. But for the first time in decades, there are cracks beginning to show in that relationship, and both Putin and his country are facing enormous challenges that must be terrifying to them. It's been 400 years since Shakespeare wrote, "Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown." In all that time, perhaps no leader has had a more uneasy head than Putin. He's known as an autocrat, an assassin, a kleptomaniac, and is now perilously close to facing an insurrection in his own country. He's done everything possible to silence criticism from within his own borders, from closing rival news media outlets and jailing opposition leaders to outright murdering unflattering journalists and even targeting expatriates abroad. He's had his tightly controlled Duma pass laws preventing free speech, even jailing those who dare call his invasion of Ukraine a war. But the continued failures of his armed forces have left him in the most precarious position of his 24-year rule. Due to his miscalculations about the speed with which he expected his invasion to succeed, his position offers few favorable outcomes. He's facing rising tensions at home, a brain drain of young, skilled workers, 1 million of whom have already fled to other countries, and an army that can neither attack successfully nor defend continually, but seemingly only wants to attack civilian targets. And now the long-awaited Ukraine counteroffensive threatens to liberate what little of Ukraine Putin's army still occupies. 3 major attack vectors appear to be developing, one in the western Zaporizhia Oblast, one to the east in the western Donetsk Oblast, and another from around the destroyed city of Bakhmut. There are also continuing cross-border incursions into Russian territory near Belgorod, where Russian media bloggers have claimed entire regiments have been wiped out. Russia and Putin face innumerable challenges to their future and threats to their livelihood. And since Putin's been likened more than once to a Shakespearean villain, let's continue with that comparison. Truth is truth, to the end of reckoning. Putin has done his best, or his worst, to stifle dissent and to hide the truth from his people. But even he recently had to admit that the war he had planned with little input besides a few hand-picked yes-men is going poorly. Now that Russia's facing Ukraine's powerful counteroffensive that's been a half a year in the making, supplemented with more modern tanks and artillery systems, Putin's army is reeling under the multi-pronged offensives. Even Putin himself had to admit on June 9, 2023, in recent days we have seen significant losses in Ukraine. Although that comment only barely scratches the surface of Russia's military woes, it's an extremely rare admission from a man who rarely admits mistakes. Despite suffering heavy losses in their initial assaults, Ukraine has continued making progress as they penetrate Russia's fortified defensive lines in the southeast of Ukraine. Notable successes have been made south of the Dnipro River, threatening the key transportation hub of Melitopol and the vital ports of Berdyansk and Mariupol. If these cities are to be retaken, Ukraine will be able to cut off support from Russia to more than a third of their forces occupying the southeastern portion of Ukraine and throughout Crimea. There are already reports of sabotaged train lines between Crimea and Melitopol, impacting Russia's ability to move supplies and reinforcements between the affected areas. These attacks are just a part of an increasing wave of sabotage across all of Russia and its occupied territories, with twice as many such attacks in the first 5 months of 2023 than in all of the previous year. If Ukraine can manage to take those 3 key cities, Melitopol, Berdyansk, and Mariupol, then the only supply corridor for the remaining Russian troops will be the already damaged Kerch Bridge from Russia to Crimea. The previous attack on that bridge, an attack whose source is still unconfirmed, has proved the bridge is vulnerable. In what must be for Putin an unsettling possibility, there is strong evidence that the explosion was caused by a truck bomb that originated from within Russia's own borders. If a future attack is able to completely destroy the Kerch Bridge, there will be no way out for tens of thousands of Russian troops, and equally as important for their heavy equipment, including hundreds of tanks, supply vehicles, and artillery systems. In addition to the spearheads driving south of the Dnipro, Russian forces have had to retreat from the northern and southern flanks near the city of Bakhmut, or what's left of that heavily destroyed town. As soon as the private military Wagner Group announced they'd captured the last of the city, they also announced they'd be pulling out of the front lines, most likely because of the staggering losses they'd incurred in the nearly 10 months of fighting. Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin made very public pronouncements that his forces would be turning the area's defense over to regular Russian forces. Within days of their departure, Ukrainian forces began systematic attacks on both the northern and southern areas surrounding the city, threatening to encircle the Russian forces trapped in between. One of the reasons for Ukraine's success is the increasing supplies of advanced US and European weapon systems that are being delivered. In the months leading up to the offensive, Ukraine has received much-needed deliveries of armored military vehicles, including German Leopard tanks and US-made Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. Many of these new systems come with enhanced night fighting capabilities, which Russian troops either don't have in sufficient numbers or are lacking altogether. These abilities have allowed Ukraine to perform a significant number of successful night assaults, which some Russian commentators have pointed to as a major reason for recent Ukrainian gains. Another source of Ukraine's dominance over Russia has been the delivery of US-made precision artillery, including HIMARS rocket artillery systems and the GPS-guided Excalibur shells, which provide Ukraine with the ability to target Russian ammo dumps, fuel production facilities, and command and control centers. Combined with Western long-range rockets like Britain's recently supplied Storm Shadow missiles, Russia's suffered devastating attacks far behind the front lines. And if the U.S. Congress can convince President Biden to release the longer-ranged ATACMS, short for Army Tactical Missile Systems, Ukraine's reach will extend another 40 to 50 miles beyond the Storm Shadow's already lengthy 150-mile range. Meanwhile, Russia has run so low on ammunition that they've had to turn to countries like North Korea and Iran to buy artillery shells, even if they might be from stockpiles that are more than 40 years old. In recent tests by North Korea, more than a quarter of the shells they fired failed to detonate. Meanwhile, Iran is selling their less expensive drones to Russia, including the Shahed 129, the Shahed 191, and the Mohajer 6 models, which Russia has been firing at Ukrainian civilians. With such weaknesses in the military being exposed daily, Putin runs the risk of having his generals turn on him, or of his population rising up against him in anger at the staggering losses of dead and wounded from the past year of warfare. The frustration of such losses is becoming noticeable even in the normally tightly controlled Russian media. In time, we hate that which we often fear. The reaction to Russia's poor performance in the invasion has begun to surface even within Russia's closed ranks of politicians, all of whom owe their positions to Putin. On June 1, 2023, one of the more influential members of the Russian Duma publicly criticized the war in an international forum. Konstantin Zatulin, who is close to the top leaders in the Federal Security Service, Russia's intelligence agency known as the FSB, declared at a conference on the future of Ukraine that Russia had so far failed in all of its war aims, and that some of them had become, in his words, senseless. What were the aims announced at the beginning of the special military operation? Zatulin asked, using Putin's preferred term for the war. You all remember: denazification, demilitarization, neutrality for Ukraine, and the defense of the residents of Donetsk and Luhansk. On which of these points have we reached results today? Not one. One of the more outspoken critics of the Russian army and its geriatric leadership have been Wagner's boss, ex-chief and oligarch Prigozhin. As the financier behind the Wagner private military company, he's made himself visible on the front lines around Bakhmut and has been filmed repeatedly accompanied by his troops, who have lost as much as 80% of their members in the 10-month-long siege of the Ukrainian city. Still, Prigozhin finds time to film propaganda videos against what he calls the bunker grandpas back in Moscow. His anger was directed against those he saw as derelict in their positions of authority, specifically Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and the Chief of the General Staff Valery Gerasimov. Prigozhin's video on June 7, 2023 was perhaps the most blistering so far in the war. He predicted continual territorial losses to the advancing Ukrainian army, and when that happened, he forecast one of two possibilities: either there'd be executions of poorly performing Russian generals, or there'd be a popular revolt, by which he meant a civil war or a coup. Prigozhin could get away with such dire warnings because of the success the Wagner Group had in Ukraine. But now that the Wagner Group has been disbanded and Prigozhin has been sent into exile, Putin is left in an unenviable position. It's been said that Putin willingly allowed Prigozhin's tirades in part because they're seen as coming from a frontline commander and former war hero, while also allowing for criticism of Russia's military leadership. This took some of the pressure of the invasion's failures off of Putin, as the blame could be placed on others, like Shoigu and Gerasimov. Always aware of any challenger to his iron control, Putin may have perceived these criticisms as a means to reduce the popularity of any leader near the top and limit challengers who might try to replace him. However, Putin faces far more challenges to his authority and even his freedom. There have been numerous allegations of the systematic abduction and forcible relocation of children from occupied regions of Ukraine, beginning even before the recent invasion was launched in February 2023. These alleged crimes have led to an arrest warrant being issued for Putin by the International Criminal Court in The Hague, Netherlands. This warrant means that he could be arrested in any country that honors the ICC's ruling. Even his trips to non-aligned countries are in jeopardy because of this arrest warrant. South Africa had planned to host a summit in August 2023 for a meeting of the BRICS Group, a loose alliance of Chinese-influenced countries, including Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa. There's been talk of a possible Putin arrest, though summit leaders deny that this would happen. Still, South Africa has recently considered not hosting the event after intense international pressure had been applied to arrest Putin if he attended. Those allegations of war crimes are just the tip of the iceberg for Putin. His army, which he controls directly through Defense Minister Shoigu and Chief of the General Staff Gerasimov, have been responsible for thousands of alleged acts of torture and murder throughout their brutal occupation of Ukraine. The town of Bucha, just outside of Kyiv, saw the execution of 300 civilians, with their hands tied behind their backs and left lying in the streets. Anywhere Ukraine has liberated their lands from Russian occupation, they've discovered torture chambers and mass graves of executed civilians. The US is currently hosting Ukrainian prosecutors, so they'll be better able to handle the investigation and punishment of such crimes. All of these war crimes can be laid at Putin's feet. He's been so supportive of such terror campaigns that he awarded medals to the unit that was responsible for the murders at Bucha. These crimes are in addition to causing what might turn out to be the worst ecological catastrophe that's hit Europe since the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, the blowing up of the Nova Kakhovka Dam. Putin admitted this was a barbaric act, as he called it, though he denied Russia was responsible for it. But the dam was clearly in Russia's sole control before and after the massive explosion that rocked the dam. Experts have determined that the breach was almost certainly caused by an internal explosion of hundreds of pounds of explosives. The dam was designed with a Soviet engineering plan to withstand a nuclear attack, so it is highly doubtful that any external threat like a missile could have done enough damage. Responsibility for the dam's destruction would most certainly be one more heinous crime attached to Putin's legacy. Russia has since destroyed other dams in occupied Ukrainian territory, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that they were behind the Nova Kakhovka Dam destruction as well. The greater implications behind the dam's destruction suggest things are getting even worse for Putin in this reckless war, and he already knows it. More than 80% of occupied Crimea's drinking and agricultural water came directly from the lake that the dam controlled via a lengthy canal. Destroying the dam signals that Putin's aware he is likely to lose control over Crimea, and that he's willing to destroy it so that Ukraine cannot have it. Estimates are that it could be more than a decade before such levels of fresh water can be returned to the peninsula. Military failures, political threats from rivals, and potential war crimes are still only a portion of what Putin and Russia are facing. There's also the incalculable damage he's done to his country's economy, as well as its standing in the eyes of the rest of the world. There is thy gold, worst poison to men's souls. As bad as the Russian military is failing in Ukraine, Russia's economy is faring even worse. Russia's been one of the world's top 3 oil producers and exporters for much of the past 2 decades, following only the US and Saudi Arabia. But the stiff sanctions and price caps imposed by Europe and the US following Russia's invasion have hit this part of their economy, once their most reliable money-making segment, especially hard. Russia has offered a $20 a barrel discount in the cost of its crude oil exports, hoping to draw in new buyers, primarily India and China, to replace the EU members that have refrained for the most part from buying Russian oil and gas. But that discount and Russia's inability to sell as much as it did before the invasion means a shortfall of almost $65 billion a year. That's in addition to the drop in sales and the lower price of oil per barrel than Putin was counting on when the invasion began. Total all those deductions, and Russia might be witnessing a decline of their total oil and gas revenue in 2023 of an astounding $180 billion. The expense of the Ukraine invasion is now hitting their economy directly as well. Putin's had an unusual tax slapped on Russian businesses, demanding a 5% tithe from their excess profits to fund the war. Although who determines what an excess profit has been is not accurately spelled out. Another area where Russia's economy is reeling is in its military sales. As recently as 2011, Russia was on an almost equal basis with the US in terms of military equipment sales. Russia's exports have been sliding since then, but while it might have been suffering, the invasion seems to have hammered the final nail into that coffin. Part of that is due to the poor performance of Russian tanks and airplanes. Russia's once vaunted main battle tank line from the T-72 through the T-80 and T-90 were all designed to be low to the ground, thus making them harder to hit. One design element necessary to accomplish this was the use of an autoloader, which loads the tank's main gun with an automated system that pulls shells from a circular tray at the bottom of the tank turret. But this system has been shown to be highly dangerous, as any penetration of that turret from above can easily ignite the large number of shells on the floor of the turret. Hundreds of Russian tanks have been filmed with their turrets blown completely off from such a resultant fire and explosion. This has helped lead to a massive drop-off in overseas buyers, and without overseas buyers, the Russian military won't be able to afford to build more of the advanced tanks on their own. The economic sanctions have also resulted in a massive lack of advanced computer chips. This has severely affected many areas of Russian production, and again, one of the areas hardest hit has been Russia's military. Without advanced computer chips, Russia can't produce its most modern tank, the T-14 Armata, nor can it manufacture as many rockets and missiles as it's been firing. Russia's been caught using stolen Swedish traffic cameras in some of their drones, along with computer chips from washing machines that they were buying in record numbers before sanctions were placed on their import. Perhaps most importantly, the decline in arms sales signals Moscow's increasing dependence on China and India. Russia is now more dependent on arms sales to those two nations than at any time since 2003, but with much smaller export numbers. All the while, both China and India continue to develop their own arms industries that they export in direct competition with Russia. Some of those military exports from China have been a direct result of back engineering technology Russia originally sold them, including Russia's S-300 surface-to-air missile system and China's version of the Su-27. What's even more worrisome for Russia are the reports from Ukraine that Chinese components are being seen in increasing numbers in destroyed or captured Russian weapons, from tank targeting systems to drone and missile guidance systems. These developments suggest Russia is now reliant on China's military aid, a reverse of their former position. Heat not a furnace for your foe, so hot that it doth singe yourself. It's clear now that Putin made the greatest mistake of his political career when he decided to invade Ukraine. Everything that's happened since then has negatively affected Russia. His war of conquest has instead turned into a series of self-inflicted wounds that have driven Russia to its lowest point politically, economically, and internationally since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. His military belligerence has pushed countries like Sweden and Finland to seek NATO membership, the exact opposite of one of his pre-invasion goals, which was to prevent NATO from further eastward expansion. His once vaunted military, thought to have been the second strongest in the world behind only the US, is now being clowned on by the likes of US Secretary of State Antony Blinken as the second strongest in Ukraine. Putin is single-handedly responsible for weaning the EU off of Russian oil and gas imports, which in turn has greatly reduced Russia's export market. The same can be said for their military export market. One of the few cards Putin has remaining to play is his continued threat of nuclear blackmail, which has drawn loud rebukes from all circles, including even from his supposed ally, China. After their inevitable defeat and withdrawal from Ukraine and Crimea, what does Russia have to look forward to? A declining birth rate, exacerbated by the loss of more than 200,000 Russian casualties, and another 1 million young people who have fled the country. An economy that's in shambles and facing more trouble in the future if they're forced to pay reparations for the destruction they've caused in Ukraine. They must also face the possibility, as Prigozhin has predicted, of a possible revolution or civil war, which could bring even more violence and economic upheaval. There are already foreign units attacking Russia and Belgorod. How long will it be before China decides it wants to retake Vladivostok, which as recently as 1860 was a Chinese territory known as Hai Shenwai? There have already been semi-official pronouncements by state-approved media in China that the city and the region surrounding it should be returned to Chinese control. The recent cross-border raids and the drone strikes against Moscow showed that all of Western Russia is vulnerable. Infighting among battlefield leaders, continued sabotage, and a spate of mysterious fires, coupled with these unprecedented incursions by paramilitary groups into Russian regions bordering Ukraine, are raising questions over whether Putin has lost control of the situation. Many world leaders are calling for peace and an end to hostilities. Only two things need to happen to ensure such a peace. All of Russia's troops need to leave occupied Ukraine, and Putin needs to step down or be forcibly removed from office. Now go check out why Putin is scared to deploy the Su-57 to Ukraine, or click this other video instead.